way. Thank you for being the calm in the storm. I appreciate that greatly. Good morning, everybody. I am ready to go. We got a lot to talk about today, folks. We have a lot, as always, right? There seems to be so much going on all the time in all the places. But I've got some things I want to share with you. Alaikum salam, Anas. Especially before we get to the 12 o'clock hour. At the 12 o'clock hour, I will be interviewing Jerri Green. She is a candidate for governor in the state of Tennessee. Good morning, Farah. Good to see you. What's up? How are you, Tom? Good morning, folks. Glad to see everybody. Thanks for popping on in here. We have a lot to talk about today. If you are watching me anywhere other than the TikTok, what's up, Cam, Conchita? Good to see you both. Please make sure that you say hi. What's up, Carmen? Good to see you, because I can't see you on these platforms until you speak. I got to see your comments. All right. Substack, I hate the fact that I can't see your comments, but I can't using Restream. They don't connect. Good morning, David. But if I use Substack, I can't show you things. Good morning, Witch. Good to see you. What's up, Violet Dragon? Good morning, everybody. Glad to see you all coming in here. I am really excited. It's not the right word, but I am eager to share a lot of this information with you today. Good morning, Win Dixie. What's up, Jersey Joe? Good morning, Sir FLA, Florida. What's up, Tina Noel? Hello, Sharon. Good morning. What funding sources sustain access of resistance? I'm trying to get you to think. Bonnie, I think very well. Thank you very well. Thank you much. I don't need assistance thinking. I guess you've probably seen my latest video, and so you don't like the history that I gave you about the United States of America and Iran. And that's okay that you don't like it, but it is still accurate. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sam. What's up, hospice nurse Shawnee? Good morning. Good to see you all. Welcome. Yeah, Hound, we are. What's up, Lisa? Catsmandu, Frenchie. Good morning, Red Hot. Yes, Carly, you are early. I just went live. Good morning, CJ. What's up, Crystal Intent? Hey, Sam. Yeah, listen, folks, you don't have to like the information or the facts. That doesn't change that they are facts and accurate information. Yes, that is a perfect shirt for Mila. What's up, Tech Lady? Good morning. What's up, Neuro Mama? Do I still have Discord open somewhere? Because I hear the little bleep that Discord gives you, which means that I do. I found it. Yeah, it'll be all right. Yeah. Hey, Jamie. What's up, Jeff? Good to see you guys. At some point, I'm going to need to get up and grab my water because I forgot it, but I'll wait just a second until folks get in here. I think I said hi to Neuro Mama. Hopefully I did. So I'm really excited to have Jerri Green join us. I pulled a couple of things from her post, but I've already given you a list of things that I'm going to talk about with her. So as you all know, she is running for governor of Tennessee against Marsha Blackburn. Ugh. Hey, David, good to see you. What's up, Amy? Listen, I have a natural gag reflex. Every time I say Marsha Blackburn's name, what's up, Sunflower Fish? I just I gag automatically because it's just really foul tasting. What's up, Bust Out? So good morning, Kimber. Hey, Cheryl, Nancy G, good to see you. I'm just saying, I make no bones about the fact that I can't stand her. Hey, Hilda, good morning. Great day to you as well. So hello, beautiful people. I am so ready. So let me tell you all something. I am going to share you can feel the excitement. Yeah. And part of it is because I am going to talk to Jerri. Part of it is also because of a clip that I'm going to play for you. It's actually two parts of a 20-minute interview that just made me feel warm and fuzzy inside. It literally kind of tickled my heart. What's up, Sarah? Good to see you this morning. So I'm excited to share that. Hey, Rocky Dean, good to see you. What's up, Peter? Hey, Rose. So we're going to talk about all of these things today, and it doesn't really matter to me if you don't like the information. If it's factual, I'm going to say it to you anyway. Thank you, Cam, for the fan. And then we're going to rock it out. We're going to go. What's up, Amy? Hey, Cat MacD. I got Cats Mandu and Cat MacD and all kinds of folks. I love that. You're at the doctor's office. No worries, Cheryl. No worries. Hopefully everything is okay and everything is all right. Good morning, Jen the vet. So let me just share this with you guys. I have a clip that I'm gonna play for you. Oh, it's your 50th birthday. Happy birthday, Angela. Happy birthday. I would normally play our birthday song, but I've got a lot to get in before Jerry joins us, and I want to make sure that I do that. Good morning, Em. Good to see you. And so just know that we all say happy birthday. But I've got a lot to do. Welcome everybody and all of the folks that just thanks Jamie. I appreciate it. Masani, what's up? Good to see you. So listen, I am going to play a clip from a Nigerian news organization. Okay. And let me just say this. So he's interviewing the Israeli the Israeli ambassador to Nigeria. And when I tell you he brought the smoke and was not playing, I wish that somebody in America would actually handle interviews like this. I am so tired of seeing no pushback of all of the lies and all of the things that are being told. It's very, very frustrating that people regurgitate the things that Donald Trump says or the things that Pete Hegseth says. So Masani, I promise you, you only heard the 1-minute clip. There's a whole other section before that. And there's a section after that. And so I saw the 1-minute clip too. And I was like, nah, there's more. I need to find more. Good morning, Letty. So I had to go looking and digging to find the name of the actual news agency so that I could go to their YouTube page to find the actual whole interview. And when I tell you, it made me feel so, if you need a pick me up, this will be it. Because he pulled no punches. It was absolutely fantastic. So give me one. You dug too? Did you find it, Masani? Because I found the whole thing. Yeah, I found the whole thing. Good morning, Ryan Rebooted. What do you mean exactly? All these totalitarian regimes are in danger. What do you mean? Good morning, Tara. Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Uka. Good to see you, friend. What's up, Sandy? I would love for you to be able, like, let me know what you're talking about. Hey, Blue Honey Pot. Come on, Ryan. You're rebooted, so you should be good to go and well on task today. I am willing to have a brief conversation with you. I won't entertain you too long, but I'm going to give you ample opportunity to be heard. I think all opinions are. No, I'm not going to lie. I respect your right to have an opinion. I may or may not respect the opinion itself, but you're entitled to it, is what I will say. So, yeah, but let's. I had to catch myself, Blue Honey Pot. I had to catch myself. Good morning, Yaya. Okay, so good morning, Rob Miller. Let me grab this drink for you guys, and then I'll be. Let me just grab it out the fridge. 1 second. I don't know that I actually need it right now, but I'm going to get it anyway because I forgot to hook my water thing up. So anyway, it's okay. All right. So let me just give you, if you are new to me, can you do me a favor and put a 1 in the comments? If you are new to me, can you put a 1 in the comments? What's up, B Action? Oh, did he really, Michelle? I will grab it. Hey, Cindy Lou. Welcome, welcome. Okay, Elizabeth, it's me. Good. I love new people. Good morning, Charlie. I love to see new people. What's up, Kathleen? 40 minutes ago or so? Okay, I'll take a look. Give me 1 second. Okay, here I go. Okay, I got it. I got it. I pulled it up. Yes. Hey, Carl, how are you? Yeah, I've got it pulled up now. I have got it pulled up right now. And let me see. Whoo-wee. Did he just say, I cannot in good conscience back back the Trump administration's war in Iran? Good gosh. Joe Kent. I want his full, can I have the full right statement? And this is crazy because this dude, listen, it is bad, y'all. It is bad when a dude with connections to right-wing extremists says, I can't back the Trump administration's war in Iran. So this is Joe Kent, the director of National Counterterrorism Center, and he announced his resignation today, just about 20, 30 minutes ago, saying that he cannot, in good conscience, back the Trump administration's war in Iran. He said on a social media post that Iran, quote, posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby, end quote. Holy shit. Hi, Johnny. Good to see you. What's up, Deceived Grace? So let me repeat what I just said to you guys. So this is Joe Kent. Joe Kent is or was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. He announced his resignation today, 30 minutes ago, saying, quote, that he cannot in good conscience back the Trump administration's war in Iran. He said on that social media post, quote, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Y'all know that's AIPAC, right? I mean, it's not just AIPAC, it's AIPAC, it's Kufi, it's NORPAC, it's J Street, but holy shit. He served in the military. He had 11 deployments as a Green Beret before he worked at the CIA. Wow. So during his 2022 congressional campaign, Joe Kent had paid Graham Jorgensen, a member of the far-right military group, the Proud Boys, for consulting work. He worked closely with Joey Gibson, the founder of the Christian nationalist group Patriot Prayer, and he attracted support from a variety of far-right figures. So do you all remember when we started talking about this, and I said this move going into Iran was going to be bad? And I said that Israel is becoming the splitting point, the chasm in the Republican Party. And what you see is extreme right-leaning individuals being really pissed off at the United States of America, running to Israel's beck and call, doing whatever Israel tells America to do, having a foreign lobby that's not required to register as a foreign lobby. And this is what you see. And I'm going to tell you right now, if they mess around, and you end up seeing the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the far right folks that were the foundation of MAGA, leaving support, and they're losing that support within the Trump campaign. That is bad for Republicans as we approach midterms. Good morning, Desi. So yeah, that's a pretty significant thing. I'll take that win first thing this morning. We will take that glimmer all day long. Good morning, Tony. Good to see you guys. Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah, he works for Tulsi Gabbard, or worked. If you notice, Tulsi has been quiet after her ass lied in front of Congress, and she got called out, and she got all of that. You see, Tulsi has been real quiet. Kat, we do not need to have a passport right now. I suggest that everyone tell their senators that you do not want the SAVE Act to pass, and I suggest that you also do what Bernie Sanders is recommending. I'm getting ready to play it, Kat. Oh, thanks, Jinyaya. So let me tell you what I also recommend that you do. I recommend that you encourage your senators to do exactly what Bernie recommended, is during this whole reading and filibuster to try to get the SAVE Act passed, right? And I think that you should do exactly what Bernie said. Read the e-files. Read the e-files on the congressional floor. if we're gonna hold the floor, if we're gonna filibuster, if we're gonna do the damn thing, then let's do it. And that's what Bernie suggested. He said we should just go ahead and read the e-files. I said I'm here for it. So let your senators know. I believe that number is 202-224-3121, I believe. Okay, so I'm going to play this clip for you. Good morning, Mother Football. Good to see you. I don't know about you all, but I'm feeling really great today. Right, I'm here for it. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. All right, exactly, Kathleen. Let's do that. Listen, if Bernie wants to be messy, I am here for the mess. I am here for the mess. You all, I can't tell you how, I can't tell you what shifted in my, well, it was probably watching part of this damn interview that got me so hyped. Because, woo-wee. All right, so, okay, so I'm going to give it to you guys if you are ready. You don't even have to see it because I don't. So let me tell you what, because I am playing a YouTube video, I don't want to share the video on the screen because YouTube will get me like it did the other day. But what I will do is I will 100% put this in the link tree so that you can go back and watch it for your viewing pleasure. Good morning, Sherry. Good to see you. So yeah, so we want to say no to the SAVE Act, yes to redistricting Virginia. And what else? And yes, we want them to read the e-files on the floor during the filibuster. Thank you, Tori. I appreciate that. Good morning, Yeshua's bride. Good to see everybody. Strawberry apricot gimme. No, yes, it's no to the SAVE Act. 100%. No to the SAVE Act. Yes to reading the e-files on the floor, right? All right, so here we go. So let me give it to you right now. Let me make sure I'm on the, yes, I am on the right. I'm on the right. Okay. So you know it's probably going to give me a daggone, ooh, if I don't share it with you guys though, you won't be able to hear it over here. I'm going to share it and we're just going to see what YouTube does and it'll be okay. Okay. So I need to make sure. Okay, here we go, people. Good morning, everyone.
On February 28, the United States and Israel launched a large-scale offensive against Iran after weeks of military buildup and threats from President Trump. Trump urged Iranians to capitalize on the attack as the only chance for generations to take over their government. Trump and Israel official confirmed that the Israel Defense Force IDF strikes on Tehran killed Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. After the aftermath of the strike has seen protests in Iran and in some parts of the country, prompting the U.S. and the Israeli government issuing evacuation orders to their citizens in affected countries where missiles have struck since the war on Iran started. Joining us on the show to discuss the ongoing war and if it is justified is Michael Freeman, the ambassador of Israel to Nigeria. Great to have you, Michael Freeman.
So if you're listening, this is a Nigerian news reporter, journalist, who is interviewing the Israeli ambassador to Nigeria. And his name is Michael Freeman. And so his question automatically is, we're discussing, is this war justified? Holy shit.
Shalom, shalom, at a time like this. Michael, I'd like to ask you, is this war justified because the fight is against Iran having nuclear weapons and having nuclear proliferations? But according to the Federation of American Scientists, Center for Arms Control, Spirilda, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, account of Mordecai Vanun, CIA reports, U.S. assessment in the 60s, goes on and on and on, and the joint, actions between South Africa and Israel. All of these reports point towards Israel having a nuclear weapon. Israel keeps denying, but all this report points towards having Israel having a nuclear weapon. They will not open themselves up for IAEA inspections and the likes. Why are you justifying stopping Iranian nuclear program when you have these nuclear weapons? Is it justified?
What if instead of designing thumbnails,
gotta
you could
give
just
me
paste your
little
YouTube link into
right.
our AI and it would create scroll stop?
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me on the show
Morning.
this morning. Look, for 47 years, Iran has had a policy of death to Israel, death to America. Its entire apparatus.
Let me say this. Did you hear what he started with? He started with, Iran has been doing this for 47 years. That's the talking point. That's the Hasbara propaganda that they put out. And if Israel didn't have the big boom boom weapons, they would allow inspectors in, but they don't, right? So let him finish saying. So here we go. No, they keep saying 47 because they keep talking about 1979 because they don't want to talk about 1951. But let him finish.
Its state structure has been sponsoring terrorism, sponsoring organizations around the world to kill Israelis, to kill Jews, to spread terror. And we've seen Iran spreading terror. We've seen them developing a ballistic missile program, and we've seen them develop a nuclear program. And when a country says that they want to destroy you, death to Israel, death to America, and they are trying to build a nuclear weapon, it's absolutely justified. Not only is it justified, it's a moral obligation for a country to take the action that is needed to stop the country, in this case, Iran.
Now, I want you to hear him. He said moral obligation. I want you to remember that going all the way back to 1948, that is exactly what the Jewish Agency told the UN when they first, when they told the British, when they first were asked to do a truce with Palestine in 1948 on May 4th. That's exactly what he said back then. They said, no, we have a moral obligation. We can't have a peace talks with Palestine. Who's paying me? Who's paying you? Who's paying you? You awful damn nosy. We ain't married. You don't get to ask me about my finances. But here we go. Here's the rest. Nosy ass. Didn't your mama teach you no manners?
Who wants to destroy Israel? Iran has said they want to destroy Israel, and Iran is building a nuclear weapon to do that. Cannot allow that to happen. And so this is the most justified war in order to stop these people from developing a weapon in order for them to wipe us off the face of the earth.
You sidestepped my question, Ambassador. I asked you pointedly. Israel has a nuclear weapon. Iran is trying to build one. Is it justified to take away Iran's ability to build a nuclear weapon when Israel has one? If we want truly a nuclear-free world, why can't all of us just drop our nuclear weapons like South Africa stopped their own nuclear weapons program? So you have the nuclear weapon. You don't want Iran to have it. Is it justified what you're doing?
Well, firstly, Israel has never said that we have nuclear weapons. That's your statement. Israel's policy has always been that we won't be the first country to introduce nuclear weapons into the region.
But listen, he said, we have never said we have nuclear weapons, and we've always said we won't be the first to introduce them into the region. But that doesn't mean that you don't have them. That doesn't mean that you don't have them. Why are you lying, sir? So because listen, the other dude then lets him talk to the other reporter, right? And now I've got to get to the part, I even wrote down when it starts. We're going to go to the second round where these two start talking again, because the other two journalists on the TV show, on the news show, they talk to him for a while, and then they turn it back over to the Nigerian guy that we heard at the beginning. The interviewer's name, it doesn't say it right here. I saw it on something else. Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't say it in here, but okay, so let me tell you, the news agency is Arise, ARISE, Arise News, and you can look them up on YouTube and you can subscribe to them there. I just was listening and I was like, dear God, what would happen Well, I know what would happen if we had a journalist that pushed back like this. They would get fired, just like Mehdi Hassan, because Mehdi Hassan was the only person in our television, in our mainstream media, that would ask questions like this, right? And we know what happened. His ass got fired, but here we go. So listen to the next part of their confrontation. Here we go.
Okay. I mean, Ambassador, I will not expect you to come here to accept that Israel has nuclear weapons without giving you the facts, but it's for you to deflect. Also, you were talking about Israel being a saint in all of this. I mean, we can go back historically, and I can tell you about the King David Hotel bombings, Argon and Shargon, and all the other atrocities. Even Gaza here, that Israel first denied the number of people killed in Gaza. Finally, they accepted the number. At first, they first said the numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry was wrong. Finally, they came around. Even what they are doing in the West Bank and all of that. And a lot of crimes, you know. The Israeli army is being investigated for a lot of crimes. And we all know that. So if you think Israel is a saint, I mean, it's your the ambassador.
Hold on a minute.
Let me finish.
Well,
Do not interrupt me, Ambassador. Let me finish. All right. So you can go ahead and claim all of that. But the interesting part is also the hypocrisy I see. Only last year, when you had a 12-day war, you said, I mean, the words of Donald Trump and Israel allies, they had obliterated the nuclear program in Iran. So if the claim then is that it's been obliterated, the question is, why are you still saying they will build nuclear weapon? Is it that the obliteration was not obliterated enough, or you want to re-obliterate the obliteration? That's part of the hypocrisy. Please answer that, Ambassador.
Well, before I go on to the second part, I mean, really, some of the statements that you made in the beginning were outrageous and were absolutely based on no fact. To make some of these claims, for example, Israel still disputes the number of people that the Gaza Health Ministry, or in other words, Hamas, claim about Gaza. We absolutely do not accept those figures. I know there were reports in the paper that we did. That's just not true. And I can state that categorically now. And again, in that very complex war that the context of is, of course, that Hamas, sponsored by Iran, came across the border with thousands of terrorists, murdered, raped, tortured, and kidnapped thousands of Israelis. They murdered thousands of Israelis and kidnapped over 250 men, women, children, and babies, innocent civilians. That was the response.
So wait, let me see the rest. Let me see the next little part, because, yeah, she says something too. Hold on.
If Iran would have instead invested that $1 billion into its people, into its water structure, into the benefit of its civilians, rather than investing it in a nuclear program, rather than investing it in terrorists, rather than investing it in missiles, then we wouldn't be in this position that we're in today. But Iran chose over the last number of months to invest in destroying Israel and not invest in trying to help its own people.
What's the fastest way to go viral?
All the ads. I'm
dancing, doing something crazy, posting 3 times a day.
Yes, he is seriously acting outraged.
I'm glad you end on the note of helping people. Let's talk about humanitarian casualty of this war. I'd like your statement on the school children, about 150 of them who were killed, the displaced people, escalating into a regional war, and the Gulf states that have been attacked by Iran based on the first attack by Israel and America. Your statement on these matters and concerns around violating the UN Convention on how wars should be run and at risk of committing war crimes.
Well, Israel, and obviously I speak on behalf of Israel, follows the laws of war. We do everything that we can in order to minimize human casualties, innocent civilian casualties. We have sent warnings to areas. We have asked people to clear areas, even in Iran, to make sure that civilian casualties are limited. And we are carrying out pinpoint, incredibly accurate strikes in order to target the ballistic missile program, the nuclear program, and to target the regime in Iran. And that is what we're doing. And we will do everything we can to avoid any form of innocent civilian casualties. Iran, on the other hand, and I think that this is very important, Iran is carrying out everything it can to target civilians. Iran is attacking Israeli centers, population centers in Tel Aviv, in Bet Shemesh. We saw it killed children. Their missiles have killed children, have killed elderly, have killed carers, have killed people from all over. They are attacking hotels. They are attacking energy centers around airports around the region. So it is Iran that is clearly carrying out war crimes, Iran that is doing everything it can to maximize civilian casualties, whereas Israel is doing everything to minimize civilian casualties. And I think we should.
So, Maria, so we are listening to this interview from the Nigerian ambassador, the Israeli ambassador to Nigeria, on a Nigerian talk show. And at the beginning, the whole reason I wanted to play this is because of the male interviewer. Good morning, Nance. Good to see you. And when I tell you, it is absolutely incredible, because he was like, you keep saying Israel is a saint in all of this. You say you're doing this war because you don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons, but you have them, and you won't allow inspectors in. And so is this war justified? And it's the hypocrisy for me, because I can talk about the King David Hotel bombings that Israel did. I can talk about Argon and Shargon. Those are also bombings that Israel did. And I mean, he lit his ass up. And this Israeli prime minister thought that he was going to interrupt this Nigerian man speaking. And he said, let me finish. And the guy kept talking and he said, do not interrupt me. I said, oh shit. Listen, he said, you better have a seat, sir. You do not dictate what I do on my, he said, this is my room. This is my show. But this, I really loved it, because my thing is, what we have to stop doing, and what I want our media to stop doing, which I mean, I don't even know why I'm saying this, because it's not like they're going to. We will not have fair and proper media until we have an FTC that breaks up the media monopolies that we have in this country. That is so needed in the United States of America. Our media monopolies, our healthcare monopolies, our insurance monopolies, there are our tech monopolies, right? All of them need to be broken up, and we need to have competition, period. And everybody, like, we used to understand that. That used to be, one of the foundations of American capitalism, so to speak, right? And it's why I don't listen to American media. There are very few, like, I don't watch CNN. I don't watch MS Now, really, to be honest. I don't watch, I don't even know what they all are anymore. I don't watch CBS. I don't watch ABC. I don't watch any of them, because they don't do enough to push back on the lies. What I'm tired of them doing is simply repeating and regurgitating the lies coming out of the mouths of this administration, right? So for me, it's not like, I don't want you to just ask Donald Trump a question and then he lies to your face and then you just air that. No, what I would really love to see is you ask him a question, he lie, you call him out about that lie, you citing the source for the fact that you're giving, and keep it going, right? Like, that's what journalism is. And I think some people are just reporting these days. They're not actually being journalists. They're not doing the job that the media is supposed to do. And that's the part that really drives me crazy. Yeah, they accept the lie. They repeat the lie. That's the thing that bothers me. You are amplifying the lies that are being told to the detriment of this country. And I just want to, sometimes I wonder to people, do you not actually love the country? Do you not actually love the people? Right? So I'm going to be very clear. I do not love our government. I do not love our administration. I do not love the politicking and the choice to put corporations and other countries and religions above the people. I don't love that. I do love the people, though. I do love the people, because the vast majority of the people that I have met, they all want the same thing. The vast majority that I have met. And I have met some of the most conservative, good morning, Wasim, some of the most conservative people you've ever want to meet. But at the end of the day, we all want those things. And it's just absolutely crazy to me. Right, Brad, amplifying and legitimizing. 100%. And we should know better. It's why I did the video that I did earlier this morning, right? Where I said, okay, here's the truth about the US and Iran. Right? Let's do that. Let's talk about the truth, because everybody keeps saying 47 years and 1979, 47 years and 1979. But in order to understand how we got the Islamic Revolution in 1979, you have to go back and find out what the United States of America and the British did to Iran in 1953. Am I paid well for my time on here? If so, you go. But if you're just on here to complain, I tell you what, Roger, if you want to try that comment again, where it's a complete sentence and is a formed thought, I will answer it for you. But I think you were trying, but I don't think you kind of got there. So give it a whirl again. Give it a go. Give it a go again, and then I'll answer it for you. Again, not here for it today, folks. But the reality is, you have to. So if you are going to talk about the Islamic Revolution, you have to talk about what caused the Islamic Revolution. And what caused the Islamic Revolution was the violent enforcement of Western culture in Iran by the Shah. That's what caused it. They had Western culture forced upon them violently with violent punishments, but nobody wants to talk about that part, right? And over time, what you ended up getting was the Islamic Revolution. And so you went from one extreme to the next, which, guys, this is what happens everywhere. And this is one of the reasons why, like, one of the things that I really want to talk about here in this country is, do I believe that we have to have a Democratic majority in Congress in 2026? Yes, I am. Right? Yes, I do. I believe that that's necessary. Does that mean that I love the Democratic Party or every Democratic candidate? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, folks. But I understand that that's the greatest hope that we have right now of getting some checks and balances in place. Because right now, all three branches that we have are not equal and separate, and they are not providing the checks and balances that they are supposed to provide. Right? Good morning, Tam Bam. So what you have to back up, and I'm just going to briefly go over this. I've talked about it several times, but it's worth repeating for new people in the room, right? What's up, Stephen? Good morning. So, Doug, you might have missed it, but the top counterterrorism official in the Trump administration resigned today. And when he resigned, he put out a statement. His name is Joe Kent. He's tied to the Proud Boys and some other right-wing extremist organizations. But he says, he put out a statement today and said that he could not in good conscience support the Trump administration's actions in Iran. He said that it is obvious that he said that Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States of America. He said that we are in this war because of Israel and the Israeli lobby here in the United States of America. That's what he said. And I was like, well, way to fucking go, because he's telling the truth. He's telling the truth, right? No, Lizuela, I'm on right now. I'm live. Yeah, he literally said it this morning, just within the last hour. Good morning, Rebel. So, and he's accurate, right? That is absolutely the truth. But for those of you all who do not know, you can look this up on your own time if you want. You can also watch the video that I did this morning that I put on TikTok, right? And so in 1951, the Iran had a parliament, the same way that we have Congress. What's up, Jay Nice, right? And their parliament was democratically elected by the people, just like our Congress is democratically elected by the people, okay? And then the parliament They voted 99 out of 102 votes to recommend Mohammad Mossadegh to become the prime minister of Iran in 1951. And he did, right? He became that. And he wanted to nationalize their oil. He wanted to end foreign control of Iran's resources. Salam Hassan. And one of the reasons why is because the British, who owned 51% of the oil company, which was the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which is now British Petroleum, BP, as you know it today. They had 51% of the organization, but they were only giving Iran 16% of the profits. And so Iran said, and which some estimates are that it's actually lower than that, because the British never let Iran see the books. So they don't really know if they were getting 16%, but that's the estimate, right? But they should have been getting 49%. Okay. So when Mohammad Mossadegh is elected as the prime minister, he wants to nationalize the oil, and he goes through the parliament, and they actually do pass the legislation to nationalize the oil. Well, the Brits get pissed because the British Empire was weakening at that point, and it was kind of shrinking at that point. And so they needed to maintain the influence that they had in the Middle East. What's up, Jay Bird? So they came to the United States of America in 1951, and they asked the United States of America to help them orchestrate a coup in Iran. Harry Truman said, no, thank you. Harry Truman said, nah, I don't think I want to do that. But then fast forward to 1953, when we have a new president in the United States of America, the Brits are able to say, they're able to talk about Iran, and they're able to say, oh, Iran might be teaming up with the Russians, and they're able to use this fear of communism to get the United States of America to say, okay, we're in, we'll help you orchestrate this coup. The truth of the matter is that Iran had banned the communists. They had banned Russia from their country as well. So they weren't going to team up with Russia, but that is what they used to get America on board. So then it's the British MI6, it is the USA's CIA, and they together orchestrated a coup in Iran. As a result, 300 Iranians died. The Mohammad Mossadegh is arrested and convicted and spends 3 years in prison, and then he spends the rest of his life under house arrest. And then 2 years later, they install the Shah, and the Shah could be controlled by the West. And then that is when they violently enforced Western culture upon Iranians. And after 20 years of that, the people revolted, and you got the Islamic Revolution. Right. And I'm not saying, and I want to be clear about this, I'm not saying I condone extremism on either end. What I am saying is that you have to understand that we were the catalyst for the Islamic extremism that exists today in Iran. What I will also tell you is what happens here is the United States of America and media in the West. Hey, Jody, media in the West takes every singular example, and we make it seem as if every woman in Iran is treated that way, when that's not the truth. Okay. And so we have to understand that that's what happens a lot of times with Western media. We take this one incident, we take this one occurrence, we take this whatever, and we act as if that's what happens every single day in that country, when it's not. And by the way, we could do that in the United States of America. Right? We could do that here people could do that in the US. They could take what happened with Renee Good. They could take what happened, anywhere else and use that and say, well, this is what the United States of America is truly like. Right? But the thing is, the US doesn't get news from everywhere else. We barely get BBC over here. Right? I want you all to think about that. I had to dig to find the Nigerian news agency so that I could hear that entire interview and hear what they had to say. So I just want to be clear. Things that I like to point out for Americans and those here in the West for us to think about. Things for us to think about is we talk about honor unalivings, right? And oftentimes that is portrayed as that's what happens in all of Islam. Anybody that practices Islam, that's something that they engage in, which is not true. right? And what is an honor unaliving? What is an honor unaliving? What are the reasons that fall under that category? It can be if you cheat on your spouse, right? That can cause an honor unaliving. It can be if if the husband feels disrespected by the woman, right? Y'all, I need y'all to disgrace to the family, absolutely, right? If you marry someone from, another culture or whatever, I need for people to grow up and understand that those things happen right here in the United States of America regularly. That's why we have so much fucking crime TV. Everybody here has watched the first 48. You've watched Snapped. You've watched the ID channel. You've watched whatever with Tamron Howell, right? Husbands unalive wives for cheating all the time. Wives unalive husbands. Like, this is not something that doesn't occur in the United States of America. We just don't call them honor unalivings because that's not good for the Islamophobia that we like to promote to everybody else. We just don't call it that, but that is what it is. It is the same thing. What you will often find is the thing that we portray, like, right, we call them crimes of passion, Mukal. You are right about that. What's up, Taryn? And so, we have to stop asking, we have to stop acting like there's something about the West or the culture or the religion that is better than somewhere else. Listen, contrary to what you've been taught, we are not superior to anyone else. Thanks, Truth Seeker. We are not superior in any way, shape, or form. And in many ways, I would say we are drastically, embarrassingly behind the rest of the world. We are so busy hanging on to the past that we are not moving forward with the rest of the world. The rest of the world is ready. They are, I won't say everywhere, but the majority of it is they are ready to move forward. They are collaborating. They are making larger trade deals. They are understanding that by collaborating and working together, we will have a much more successful society globally. And that there's more than enough for everyone else. By the way, did you all see that Washington State just passed its tax on the rich for their state? Did you see that? Washington State passed their state tax to tax billionaires in their state. I said, y'all better go on and show them how it's done. Right. So I'm just like, Be So For Real said, we sure did. And so listen, y'all, I'm a big believer that you can only change things that you accept. And you can only accept the things that you acknowledge. And as long as you stay in denial about who we are and the things that we do as a country, then you can't change it. You will never be able to change what you deny. So we have to come to terms with who we are to the rest of the world as our country. And I don't think that a lot of people understand the rest of the world doesn't really like us too much. I've been saying this for a long time now. I don't believe that Americans understand that a lot of the rest of the world do not like us. And many people have only dealt with us out of necessity. And the moment it is no longer a necessity to deal with us, they will abandon us. If you notice, Donald Trump said, I need for these other countries to bring your ships into the Middle East and help open up the Strait of Hormuz. And what did everybody else say? They said, no, I don't think we're going to do that. I don't think we're going to do that. And do you know what Iran said? They said, great. So what we will do is anybody that's not involved with bombing our country, we'll let your ships go through, but not these other folk. India, you can come on through. Right? We are losing allyship. And folks, if you think that, let me tell you something, as big and bad as our military is, we can't fight everybody, and we damn sure can't fight everybody all at once. It's on my profile, Team Reggie. So if you click my face up here and you go to my TikTok page, it's my most recent video. No, Truth Seeker, we are not in a good spot. That we are not in a good spot. Like, if you talk about, so let me tell you something. I saw a post today, and I want to say, hey, Noor, I want to say, yeah, I know, that's what I was saying. It's just America and Israel, right? And it's only close to the people that are bombing Iran. Exactly. And that's what Iran said. And Iran said, hey, listen, we are going to, and they've been telling them this forever. They said, let me tell you what the deal will be. If you come after us, we are going to close down the strait when it comes to you, and we are going to hit your bases in other countries. That's what we're going to do. Hello, Angel, right? And our allies said, nah, you know what? We'll just sit this one out. We don't really think we're on board with that. Y'all better pay attention. Yeah, and that's exactly what they did. Good morning, Dax. And so I don't think that people truly understand this inflated idea of who we are to the rest of the world is sorely mistaken. If you all don't understand, so my understanding is the mines that they put in the straits, the mines that they put in the ocean only cost a few $1,000s each. They only cost a few $1,000s each. They can handle it all day long. They've been investing in them drones and all those things. Oh, thanks, Makeover Mike. Right? There is a reason that the United States of America is having to ask Ukraine if they will bring their drones to help fight against Iran. You don't ask somebody to come bring their drones if you have what you need. Can I say that again? You do not have to ask. You don't have to ask Ukraine to bring their drones if you already got enough. I'm just saying, those are facts, folks. And in terms of bodies, if you want to talk about the size of our military in terms of actual soldiers, China has damn near twice the number of soldiers that we do in the United States of America. I don't know if y'all get that or not, but that's an absolute fact. We need to sit down and shut the fuck up, and we need to mind our business. Yeah, you know? So just saying. Like that has to happen. Okay? Oh, yay, Carrie, you got a super fan? Love that. So let me just say this, folks. I will do some River to the Sea time today, but I'm going to have to do it after the interview with Jerri Green and with Sunny. So that means it will be at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is going to be 7 o'clock Pali time. Okay? So I have to do it after those two interviews. So let me see if I can put that up on a sticker. 1 second. Okay. Pali panel at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. Okay. How's that? Now everybody can read it and they know. Okay, so, and for those of you guys that are not on TikTok, what that means is, so we have friends that are in Palestine that are specifically in Gaza, And those individuals, as you can imagine, don't have infrastructure and all of that, ways to make money. And so one of the things that they can do is they're able to join panels on TikTok, and they get given gifts, right? Like coins. And they're able to take those coins, transfer them into Bitcoin, and then use that, or crypto, not necessarily Bitcoin, but crypto, and use that to get their daily needs. And they are in need of things significantly. So if you do follow me on TikTok, or if you don't, and you want to contribute directly, if you can see right there where it says support our Palestinian friends through my link tree, that's because there's a whole section in my link tree with their direct links for you to be able to send them funds if you're not on TikTok. Okay. All right. So things that are really important for us to understand as a country. And something that I really want, quick question about the Strait, please. What's up, Boxer Mom? What's the question? Boxer Mom, what you got? Katrina, honestly, not necessarily, because there's just so many of them that it's not possible. There's just so many. It's just not possible. And not everybody has a direct link. Not everybody has TikTok. And so, what we do is, like, we have several of our folks that when we contribute to them, they actually go and buy, like, we had one of our folks, he bought, I want to say, like 38 or 40 baskets for families during Ramadan and things like that. So yeah. And what I do when we bring them up at 3:00, I will give you, have I been hearing about a 3-week timeline? If not, global recession will occur. No, because because here's what I will tell you. It is going to happen, whether it's 3 weeks or not. It doesn't really matter the time frame. Listen, we are in a horrible economic position, no matter what, even now. If things were to magically, if you snapped your fingers, right? Oh, thanks, Michael. Appreciate it. What's up, Don Juan? If you snapped your fingers today and everything went back to normal, it would still take us over a year and change to recover from where we are now. I had hold on. I had something pulled up yesterday that I wanted to play for you guys. Let me see if this is it. Hold on one second, folks. Nope, that ain't it. Hold on. That's the, we may hit it just for fun one, which is just so fucking, I'm just like, I can't with you. Like, who says that? But that's what I was going to say a minute ago. I saw somebody post that, that the United States of America's leaders sound like serial killers. And I said, well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, technically, right? Because they kind of do. Like, oh, we've obliterated, but we might just bomb it again for fun. Like, who says that? Who says that we might, like, who says that unaliving people is fun? He is not okay. He is not okay. I'm just saying. So I want to see, let me play this ad first. Ugh. And then let me see if this is the video that I had. Let me skip this ad. And then I'm going to have to grab my charger too, because I done forgot everything. Y'all, I forgot my water. I forgot my charger. I forgot everything. Is this it? Yes, this is it. So hold on. Okay. So listen, I'm going to play this clip from this economist. Okay. And, hey, Ash, hey, Nico, good to see you guys. All right. So, let me, I'm going to have to share it for you guys over here in order for you to hear it. Cause if I don't share it, you can't hear it. So I wouldn't say that Iran has been planning for this. I would say that Iran has been preparing themselves for the bullshit they knew that Israel and the US was going to do. So planning it makes it seem like it is something that they wanted to have happen. And so I think it's important to make the distinction that they have been preparing themselves, which they would be dumb not to do, right? But planning for something and preparing for something indicates two different things, okay? So I just want to make sure that we make that distinction. So let me play this for you all, and I want you to hear what this economist is talking about when it comes to this war, the country, and economics. And while you listen to her, I'm going to grab my charger real quick, okay? Here we go.
Respondent for Notice, Jasmine Wright, and senior economics reporter for Axios, Courtney Brown. Thank you both for joining us first thing on Sunday morning. We appreciate it. Courtney, I want to get to this talking point that Trump keeps saying to gloss over everything that we just read through, which is that some short-term pain is long-term gain. But according to all of the economists that I've been reading in the past few weeks, that's really not how this works. That short-term pain does not mean that there's just a temporary blip in some of these economic indicators that we're seeing already spike. Can you walk us through some of that and provide a fact check?
Right. The world's energy supply is not like an on and off switch. You can't just turn it on when you're ready to, reduce tensions in the Middle East. There are bottlenecks that will linger on even if the conflict were to end tomorrow. And gasoline prices is what we talk about because it's the most salient price across the economy. But fertilizer, diesel, all the things that go into our food that, help comprise airfare prices.
Listen to this part.
We're talking about an economic-wide shock. At some of the worst times, we got a bunch of economic data on Friday.
Listen.
That was economic data that measured everything prior to the start of the war. Is that right?
War baseline. GDP was revised down. And I know there was the government shutdown, but when you look at like the inner guts of the economy, which is consumer spending and investment, even that was revised down. So growth, very tepid, inflation higher. It's a stagflation scenario even before we talk about the shock to the energy supply.
So before we even talk about the shock to the energy supply, we were already in stagnation, right? So when people talk about, and did you hear what she said that Trump said? She said that Trump said, oh, short-term pain, long-term gain. I keep reminding you all, they believe that this is necessary, you all, to create the world that they desire to have. They believe that it is okay to create situations that put American citizens in dire straits and sad economic situations because, what's up, coolest mom ever? They believe that that is necessary in order to create the society that they believe we're supposed to have. And I don't know any other way to make that clear to people, but that is a reality. Like they believe that that is it. They would like to, it's not just stepping on people. They want to get rid of anyone that is part of the LGBTQ plus community. They have zero desire to have you around, right? Especially if you're in the T part of that community. If you are part of the Black and brown community, they have zero desire for you to be integrated into their systems and in their positions. They want to elevate a particular type of family, a particular type of ideology. And if you're not into two kids and a damn dog and a picket fence and church on Sunday morning specifically only for Christian ideology, they are not here for you. They are not here for you, folks. They believe that it is only their ideology, it is only their culture, it is only their belief system that is valued. And so anything else is absolutely expendable and it doesn't matter. How many of you all, and I know my regulars, you all know this and you might be sick of hearing it, but we got to remember that new people join all the time, right? So how many of you all are familiar with Kevin Roberts and his book? If you are not, put a 1 in the comments. If you are not familiar with Kevin Roberts and his book, put a 1 in the comments. Okay. Lots of you. Okay. So I'm going to share because this is important information that everyone needs to know. And I'm going to grab them. So listen to me. Do not buy this book, people. Do not buy this book. You can go to my link tree and there is a link for oceanofpdf.com. You can go to Ocean of PDF. You can put in the title of the book and you can download it for free. Do not give this man a dime of your damn money, please. Okay. All right. So, all right. So let me first tell you that the name that is on this book today is not the original title for the book. Okay. So a couple of things to know about this book, right? Yeah, not a shiny penny. Shit, not a dirty one either, Red Hot. Not a dirty penny, not a shiny penny, not a flattened penny. No damn pennies at all. No pennies. Okay, but let me give it to you. Okay, are you guys ready? So let me first tell you who Kevin Roberts is. Kevin Roberts is the president of the Heritage Foundation. And he'd stepped down from that for a while when Project 2025 first became a mainstream talking point. But after Trump won the election, he then went back to the Heritage Foundation, okay? So Kevin Roberts wrote a book called Dawn's Early Light. Now, the subject of the book is about this plan of what needs to happen in America. The subtitle of the book, right? So it's Dawn's Early Light. And the original subtitle is Burning Down Washington to Save America. And the original cover of the book used to have a match, a burning match in the middle of it. And then after people got wind of the book and of Project 2025, they revised some things. The book was supposed to come out in September of 2024. They pushed back the release date to November 12th of 2024. So 1 week after the election. And there's a reason for that. And then they changed the subtitle from Burning Down Washington to Save America to Taking Back Washington to Save America. And they removed the match from the pages, okay? One of the reasons why that was a really big thing or important is because the person that wrote the foreword to this book is J.D. Vance, the current president of the United States of America. I mean, vice president. Did I say president? The current vice president to the United States of America, J.D. Vance. Okay. So it's important to know, what did J.D. Vance say in this book? And it's important for you to understand what Kevin Roberts thinks, because J.D. Vance has aligned himself with Kevin Roberts. Kevin Roberts is a huge Catholic. Girl, no, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. That's just Control-Alt-Delete. The universe knows I didn't mean that shit. But let me be clear. Let me just, y'all stay on point for a second. So listen, Kevin Roberts is a Catholic. He was born Catholic. Now, you all know that J.D. Vance just recently converted to Catholicism. He wasn't born a Catholic. Part of becoming a Catholic, I believe, was part of that, hey, if you want to be the vice president, if you want us to pick you, not only do you have to stop talking bad about Donald Trump and not be the never Trump guy anymore, you need to become a Catholic. You need to change your ideology. You need to change who you are. And for J.D. Vance, that's not a problem because he's been doing that. If you know anything about J.D. Vance, if you ask J.D. Vance who you are, he couldn't fucking tell you himself. He don't know. He has changed his identity. I want to know if J.D. Vance is going to be able to vote. If they pass the SAVE Act, I want to know if J.D. Vance can vote, because J.D. Vance is not even his real damn name. He done changed his name 3 damn times. Did y'all not know that? He has changed his name multiple times. J.D. Vance is not his name. And he used to believe he was gay. Y'all know that too, right? Do you all know that J.D. Vance used to believe that he was gay? Yes. And it was his grandmother that told him he wasn't. So J.D. Vance wrote a book called Hillbilly Elegy. There's a little, it's running on Netflix now. Again, don't give him any of your money, but I'm going to tell you what his grandmother said. And it's a quote. It's a quote, you guys. Hold on. Hold on. This is an excerpt from the book. Okay. So don't you be saying, damn, Dani, you said that. Nope. I did not say it. His mother said, his grandmother said it to him. So do I believe American tax is priority for Israeli? I'm not sure what you're trying to ask me there, but do I believe that the United States of America, in terms of Congress and our administration, puts the interest of Israel above the United States of America? Yes, that's the answer to that question. Yes, we do. Okay, so here's the excerpt from the book. No, I'm not shitting, Jeff. I am not shitting. So listen to this, okay? Quote, this is a quote from his book. I'll never forget the time I convinced myself that I was gay. I was 8 or 9, maybe younger, and I stumbled upon a broadcast by some fire and brimstone preacher. And the man spoke about the evils of homosexuals, how they had infiltrated our society, and how they were all destined for hell, absent some serious repenting. And at that time, the only thing I knew about gay men was that they preferred men to women. This described me perfectly. I disliked girls, and my best friend in the world was my buddy Bill. Oh no, I'm going to hell. And when he brought this issue up to his grandmother, he calls her Mamaw, she replied bluntly, quote, "Don't be a fucking idiot. How would you know that you're gay?" When Vance explained his reasoning, she laughed. And his grandmother said to JD Vance, quote, "JD, do you want to suck dicks?" He answered at 8 or 9 years old and said, quote, unquote, "Of course not." And his grandmother said, quote, "Then you're not gay. And even if you did want to suck dicks, that would be okay. God would still love you," end quote. Now that's according to his own book. Now let me just tell y'all something, okay? There are some exceptions, but most people don't want to suck them. We might do it because we love you, but most people don't want to suck them. Like it's not a, you know what I mean? Like we just do it for you, but it's not like you wake up and go, "Oh, I can't wait to," yeah, no. It's all ugly. It's all ugly. You got to push things out of the way. They're hairy. No, nobody wants to do that. And no child does, even if they're attracted to somebody. I'm just saying. Stuff stuck to a thigh and all that? Absolutely not. And if you grow a desire, it's simply because you love the person most of the time. There are some exceptions, but I'm just saying. I know I said there are exceptions, but for the most part, I said stuck to the thigh, right? So anyway, so this is JD Vance. Now let me tell you something. When he says that, I think his grandmother's reaction, number one, it's crazy that he doesn't understand the way that he thinks. Do I think that Vance is a better alternative to Trump? No. I think JD Vance is actually more dangerous than Donald Trump. Yeah, because he's actually smart. JD Vance is actually smart. So no, that makes him more dangerous than Donald Trump. People wouldn't have to manipulate him the way that they have to manipulate Trump to get him to do things. So what I want to do is share with you guys. So this is the book that Kevin Roberts wrote. And JD Vance wrote the foreword to this book. Okay. And if you would like to become a super fan or a subscriber with my TikTok, there's an empty box right there. And all you have to do is grab that box and you will be a super fan. Somebody opened it. Oh, I know who that is. Yay. I'm so glad you got it. So listen, this is the foreword by JD Vance, and I'm not going to read the entire thing. I'm going to read the last page. All right, Janice, have a great day. All right, so this is what JD Vance says. He says, quote, and by the way, if anybody is offended at the language that I just used, that language was a direct quote from JD Vance, the Vice President of the United States. So don't be offended at me. I just read the damn quote, just to be clear. Y'all not going to be like, oh, you're so, nope, put that on your Vice President, not me. So here's what JD Vance said in the foreword to his book, right? And this book is Kevin Roberts' book. Kevin Roberts is the president of the Heritage Foundation. You ready? So here we go. Quote, here's an analogy I sometimes use to articulate what the previous generation of conservatives got right and wrong. Imagine a well-maintained garden in a patch of sunlight. It has some imperfections, of course, and many weeds. The very thing that makes it attractive for the things we try to cultivate makes it attractive for the things that we don't. In an effort to eliminate the bad, a well-meaning gardener treats the garden with a chemical solution. Undeterred, this kills many of the weeds, but it also kills many of the good things. Undeterred, the gardener keeps adding the solution. Eventually, the soil is inhospitable. In this analogy, modern liberalism is the gardener. The garden is our country, and the voices discouraging the gardener were conservatives. We were right, of course. In an effort to correct problems, this part's really important, you guys, so pay attention. He says, in an effort to correct problems, some real and some imagined, we made a lot of mistakes as a country in the 1960s and the 1970s. Now, I'm going to pause right there and I'm going to ask you, as a country, what are the things that we did in the 1960s and 1970s? What are the meaningful things that we did as a country? We did civil rights. What else did we do? Yep, but we had women's rights. We had integration. We had we had women's voting. We had women being able to have credit. We did birth control. We did bank accounts for women, right? We did all of those things. Not only that, you guys, we did the Fair Housing Act. We did the Freedom of Information Act. We did the FOIA Act. We did a lot of things. And so I want you all to hear what he's saying. He said, we did some things in the 1960s and 1970s trying to correct problems. And he said some of those were real problems and some of those were imagined. Lots of freedom happened during that time. And he said, listen to this. He says, but to bring the garden back to health, it is not enough to undo the mistakes of the past. He said, it is not enough to undo the mistakes of the past. The garden needs to not just stop adding a terrible solution, though it does need that. It needs to be recultivated. The old conservative movement argued that if you just got government out of the way, natural forces would resolve problems. We are no longer in this situation and must take a different approach. As Kevin Roberts writes, quote, it is fine to take a laissez-faire approach when you are in the safety of the sunshine. But when the twilight descends and you hear the wolves, you got to circle the wagons and load the muskets. We are now all realizing it is time to circle the wagons and load the muskets. In the fights that lay ahead, these ideas are an essential weapon. I want you all to understand, in this book, Kevin Roberts considers liberals to be the party of destruction. That's what he refers to them as, the party of creation and the party of destruction. Okay. So and so when you want to know what they think about certain people, I want you to hear it, because this is what Kevin Roberts says himself. This is not my opinion. This is what Kevin Roberts says himself early on in the book. At the bottom of page 4 is where it starts, and it goes to the bottom of page 5. And I'm going to quote it for you. Are you ready? Here's what he says. He says, the most uncomfortable truth of all, the parasites that have taken over so much of our country. Listen to the word choice. The parasites that have taken over so much of our country. The pantsuited girl boss advertising executives. He's going to tell you who they are. Listen, he's going to tell you who they are. The parasites that have taken over so much of our country. The pantsuited girl boss advertising executives. The skittle-haired they-them activists. The soy-faced pajama-clad work-from-home HR apparatchiks. the Adderall-addicted dog mom diversity consultants, the nasally voiced Ivy League regulatory attorneys, the hipster trust fund socialites, some of the least impressive people are some of the least impressive people in the history of the world. He talks in this book about how we need to have a controlled burn in this country, like they do in the forest. That's what they talk about, you guys, in this book. If you want to know what they think about people, listen at what he says. For America to flourish again, institutions don't need to be reformed. They need to be burned. And he puts they need to be burned in italics. And then he says a nice start would include every Ivy League college, the FBI, the New York Times, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, the Department of Education, 80% of Catholic higher education, BlackRock, the Loudoun County Public School System, the Boy Scouts of America, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the World Economic Forum, the Chinese Communist Party, and the National Endowment for Democracy. Guys, this is Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation. And J.D. Vance wrote the foreword to the book. No, J.D. Vance wrote the foreword to this book, and this is Kevin Roberts' book. He is the president of the Heritage Foundation. They talk about how people are going to hurt economically, and that's just what's going to happen in order for them to create the world that they desire. Listen, he talks about how we need to go back to traditional families. He literally, I mean, when I tell you, he says that anything that's against nature. He says the party of creation, which for him is going to be conservatives, the party of creation, those who defend the God-given natural order that is capable of generating flourishing and new life if we learn to live within it. In other words, cis, hetero people. Yes, it is absolutely Christian nationalism. And then he calls the party of destruction those who seek to abolish the existing order in the name of emancipation, freedom, and progress. He's literally above, he's against emancipation, he's against freedom, he's against progress. If you go to oceanofpdf.com, type in Dawn's Early Light, and you can download the PDF of this book. He believes it's God's natural order, and anything that is against that, he believes is necessary. So let me tell you all what makes this administration and the Heritage Foundation so dangerous is they believe that what they are doing is in the name of God. That's what they believe, folks. When you believe that what you are doing, that you are saving people, whether they want to be saved or not, Ocean of PDF is a site that seeks to, it's an online library where you can download PDFs of books for free. You can donate to them to help them because they spend a lot of time putting them in there. But yeah, it's free. Listen, when I tell you, you will see where Donald Trump gets his talking points, folks. He says, America has gone through cycles of decay and renewal many times, but today, America is even more stuck than it was in the Reagan era. In the face of some of the evils, Americans today endure with seeming equanimity, fentanyl overdoses, child gender mutilation, dead-end jobs, racial quotas, online censorship, grocery shelf shortages, open borders, religious persecution, violent carjacking, chronic shoplifting. We have to ask ourselves, what happened to our country? And what will it take to see morning in America again? And he says it's not enough to identify this or that policy choice. Something deeper has gone terribly wrong. And spiritual problems require spiritual solutions. Spiritual problems require spiritual solutions. And then he says, listen, if the rule you followed brought you to this, of what use was the rule? So listen, he understands that they are going to break rules. He understands that they are going to break laws. They believe that it is necessary because that is what has gotten us to a more inclusive, more diverse society. And that is not what they deem as the appropriate way to be. They're not here for freedom of religion, people. And that's not my opinion. It's literally what they say. Okay? And I want you to remember, the Vice President of the United States wrote the foreword to this book and boasted about it. Okay? So that's just what it is. Y'all don't engage with them trolls. Just let them sit up in here. Because here's what JC won't do. JC won't bring his ass up to this panel. I can tell you that. They sit down there in that chat and be big bad keyboard warriors with their baby carrot energy because they won't bring their ass to this panel and have a fact-based conversation with me. JC ain't going to do that. Ignore JC. Let him sit down there and feel like he's doing great with his little fingers on the keys. Look, man, I got her. I cooked her by my comment in the chat. JD don't want none of this. The name of the book is Dawn's Early Light by Kevin Roberts. Just saying. Right. Baby carrot energy. I want to remind you all that in 30 minutes, I will be joined by Jerri Green. She is running to be the governor of Tennessee against Marsha Blackburn. And we're going to talk to Jerri, and we're going to have a great conversation and talk about that. And then after that, I'm going to be followed by a friend of mine who's a friend of this community. Okay. And her name is Sunny. And Sunny is going to come speak with you all and share with you what has happened as a result of the one big barbaric bill and the fact that her husband just died on Saturday because of it. And we'll talk about how it occurred. We will lay out for you how you can trace his death all the way back to the one big barbaric bill. It is a direct result of that bill. She came on here Sunday evening with me and was in tears talking about it because he just passed on Saturday. And so she's going to join us today, and she's going to share with us the details of what transpired. And so it's really important that everybody be here, share it out, make sure that people are aware. Okay. So she'll be following Jerri, and then following Sunny, that's when we will have Pally panel time. Okay. All right. Sunny's going to be on it at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because Jerri will be on at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then we'll have the Pally panel at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay. So folks, if you are new to me, let me tell you 4 things that I ask for in this space. Okay. And they're just 4 things. I think they're pretty simple. They're at the top of the graphic that you see, right? And it says, be respectful. That's on every side. I don't like name calling. I don't like slurs. I just don't like it. So be respectful. And I don't care if you're a progressive or a conservative, be respectful. Number 2, don't use slurs of any kind. If you use slurs in this space, you will be muted and then booted from this space. I don't do slurs. Okay. Number 3, do not spam the comments. And the reason for that is because A, it's not productive for conversation. B, it hurts the algorithm. So don't say the same thing over and over again. I don't give a damn who you support or what you got. Don't say the same thing 50 bajillion times because it's not helpful. And then the last thing is don't type in all caps. And the reason for that is because all caps is reserved for my moderators and all caps are reserved for my folks that are vision impaired. I have several followers that I know that are vision impaired. And so all caps is for that. Thanks, Moo Cow. Appreciate that. Oh, good God, Jody, I cannot. All right. So as we get ready to talk about to Jerri in Tennessee, we're going to just kind of go through the rest of this. Nope, Lulu, it's not. That's not respectful. Nope, it's not. It's not. Oh, and let me just hold on a second. Let me just tell you all what JD Vance's names were because somebody asked me that. So give me a second. He was born, his real name was James Donald Bowman. Okay. James Donald Bowman was JD Vance's name on his birth certificate. Okay. Then he took the surname Hamill from his stepfather. So then he was James Donald Hamill. Okay. And then he finally chose his last name to honor his grandmother, and her last name was Vance. So that's how he became James Donald or JD Vance. So he was James Donald Bowman, then he was James Donald Hamill, and then he was James Donald Vance. So he's changed his name 3 times. So I just want to know, can the Vice President of the United States still vote if the SAVE Act passes? Because on his birth certificate, it says James Donald Bowman. That's what I want to know. Because, bro, no. Just saying, JD. For those of you guys who missed it at the top of when I started the broadcast at 10 a.m. today, we did have an interesting development today. So Joe Kent, who was the director of National Counterterrorism Center, announced his resignation today on social media. And this is what he said, quote, he cannot in good conscience back the Trump administration's war in Iran. He said, quote, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby, end quote. Yeah, that's what it says. And what's really astounding about that is that Joe Kent is known for connections to right-wing extremists. He's known for paying a guy who's affiliated with the Proud Boys for consulting work on his campaign. He is known for being involved with Joey Gibson, who's the founder of the Christian nationalist group Patriot Prayer, right? So all of those different things. And so just for you to know, it is substantial that someone who moves in those circles, that's part of that far right community, is saying, hey, I can't support this. And we've been bullied into this by Israel. So yeah, it's a big, he found his line in the sand. So he put that statement out publicly this morning, and that's that. Yeah. Yeah, crazy, but this is what he thinks. Okay. Also, I think, good morning, Mary Esther. Yeah, he is a multitude of personality and identity. Yes. Yeah, it's passport, Jody. It's passport. You can also get a passport card, which is cheaper than a passport. His name is Joe Kent. Joe Kent, Kent. Now, for those of you all who also missed it, I think it's worth kind of going over one more time. I listened to an interview of the Israeli ambassador to Nigeria. He was being interviewed by journalists at Arise News, and they were questioning him about whether or not the war in Iran was justified. And it is well worth hearing and talking about. So I'm going to play two parts of this clip before Jerri joins us, and then we'll kind of go from there. Okay. So if you guys are ready, I'm going to share my screen with you guys over here, and let's make it happen. Okay. Let me make sure I have my volume turned up over here. Yeah. All right. And by the way, this is what made my day and put me in such a good mood when I first heard it. So check it out. It's a good time. It's a good time. It's what every journalist in the United States of America should aspire to, but doesn't do.
On February 28, the United States and Israel launched a large-scale offensive against Iran after weeks of military buildup and threats from President Trump. Trump urged Iranians to capitalize on the attack as the only chance for generations to take over their government. Trump and Israel official confirmed that the Israel Defense Force IDF strikes on Tehran killed Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. After the aftermath of the strike has seen protests in Iran and in some parts of the country, prompting the U.S. and the Israeli government issuing evacuation orders to their citizens in affected countries where missiles have struck since the war on Iran started. Joining us on the show to discuss the ongoing war and if it is justified is Michael Freeman, the ambassador of Israel to Nigeria. Great to have you, Michael Freeman. Shalom, shalom at a time like this. Michael, I'd like to ask you, is this war justified because the fight is against Iran having nuclear weapons and having nuclear proliferations? But according to the Federation of American Scientists, Center for Arms Control, Spiril, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, account of Mordecai Vanun, CIA reports, U.S. assessment in the 60s, goes on and on and on, and the joint, actions between South Africa and Israel. All of these reports point towards Israel having a nuclear weapon. Israel keeps denying, but all this report points to us having Israel having a nuclear weapon. They will not open themselves up for IAEA inspections and the likes. Why are you justifying stopping Iranian nuclear program when you have these nuclear weapons? Is it justified?
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me on the show this morning. Look, for 47 years, Iran has had a policy of death to Israel, death to America. Its entire apparatus, its state structure has been sponsoring terrorism, sponsoring organizations around the world to kill Israelis, to kill Jews, to spread terror. And we've seen Iran spreading terror. We've seen them developing a ballistic missile program, and we've seen them develop a nuclear program. And when a country says that they want to destroy you, death to Israel, death to America, and they are trying to build a nuclear weapon, it's absolutely justified. Not only is it justified, it's a moral obligation for a country to take the action that is needed to stop the country, in this case Iran, who wants to destroy Israel. Iran has said they want to destroy Israel, and Iran is building a nuclear weapon to do that. Cannot allow that to happen. And so this is the most justified war in order to stop these people from developing a weapon in order for them to wipe us off the face of the earth.
You sidestepped my question, Ambassador. I asked you pointedly. Israel has a nuclear weapon. Iran is trying to build one. Is it justified to take away Iran's ability to build a nuclear weapon when Israel has one? If we want truly a nuclear-free world, why can't all of us just drop our nuclear weapons like South Africa stopped their own nuclear weapons program? So you have the nuclear weapon. You don't want Iran to have it. Is it justified what you're doing?
Well, firstly, Israel has never said that we have nuclear weapons. That's your statement. Israel's policy has always been that we won't be the first country to introduce nuclear weapons into the region. But the issue here is not about Israel. The issue here is about Iran. Iran is the only country in the world, in the United Nations, who expressly desires to wipe another country off the face of the earth. Iran has stated its very policy is to destroy Israel, is to wipe Israel off the map, is to make sure they kill every single person. And no regime, no country that has an express desire to destroy Israel, and it's not only an express desire, we've seen over 47 years they've taken all the actions they can in order for that to happen. We've seen them sponsor terror organizations. They were behind October the 7th massacre of Hamas. We've seen them sponsoring Hezbollah. We've seen them acting in Europe. We've seen them acting in Australia. We've seen them acting in Nigeria. We've seen these people acting all across the world in order to spread disturbance, for them to try and carry out their aim of destroying Israel. And Israel will not allow another country to have nuclear weapons when they've expressly stated they want those weapons to destroy Israel.
But Israel is not a saint to themselves, because for all the terror you say Iran has carried out, Israel has also carried out that level of terror. And by one stretch, you've gone ahead to kill the supreme leader in Iran. So Israel, too, is not a saint in all of this. I yield the floor to you.
So he said Israel is not a saint in all of this, right? So I'm going to fast forward, and I want you to hear the second part when it comes back to the same, because there was 3 interviewers on here, and I want to get you to the part where it's back to him speaking to him again. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Boy, listen. It gets even, so listen, this part right here, he was having none of it. Listen.
Ambassador, I will not expect you to come here to accept that Israel has nuclear weapons without giving you the facts, but it's for you to deflect. Also, you were talking about Israel being a saint in all of this. I mean, we can go back historically, and I can tell you about the King David Hotel bombings, Argon and Shargon, and all the other atrocities. Even Gaza here, that Israel first denied the number of people killed in Gaza. Finally, they accepted the number. At first, they first said the numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry was wrong. Finally, they came around. Even what they are doing in the West Bank and all of that. And a lot of crimes, The Israeli army is being investigated for a lot of crimes. And we all know that. So if you think Israel is a saint, I mean, it's you're the ambassador. Hang on a minute. Let me finish. Do not interrupt me, Ambassador. Let me finish. All right. So you can go ahead and claim all of that. But the interesting part is also the hypocrisy I see. Only last year, when you had a 12-day war, you said, I mean, the words of Donald Trump.
Wait, I got to go back just to that part. Hold on, y'all. Just listen, because it gets real good.
Israel first denied the number of people killed in Gaza. Finally, they accepted the number. At first, they first said the numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry was wrong. Finally, they came around. Even what they are doing in the West Bank and all of that. And a lot of crimes, The Israeli army is being investigated for a lot of crimes. And we all know that. So if you think Israel is a saint, I mean, you're the ambassador. Hang on a minute. Let me finish. Do not interrupt me, Ambassador. Let me finish. All right. So you can go ahead and claim all of that. But the interesting part is also the hypocrisy I see. Only last year, when you had a 12-day war, you said, I mean, the words of Donald Trump, Israel allies, they had obliterated the nuclear program in Iran. So if the claim then is that it's been obliterated, the question is, why are you still saying they will build nuclear weapon? Is it that the obliteration was not obliterated enough, or you want to re-obliterate the obliteration? That's part of the hypocrisy. Please answer that, Ambassador.
Well, before I go on to the second part, I mean, really, some of the statements that you made in the beginning were...
Was the obliteration not obliterated enough, or do you need to obliterate the obliteration? What is it? I am I'm telling you all, you wonder why I was like, dear God, I love this. Could we it was so fantastic. And if you all have never heard Nigerian folks, when they get mad, when they get upset, listen, I said, whoop. I said, bloop. But yeah, so this was an interview that was done by the Israeli ambassador to Nigeria. And it was done. So here's the thing, y'all. This was done like a week ago. Oh, actually, more than that now. This was an interview that was done on March 6th, right? The thing that irritates my soul is that we aren't getting interviews like this in the United States of America. We are not getting journalists, very few, and nobody on mainstream journalism that will outright say Israel has committed just as many crimes and just as many acts of terror as Iran has, right? Nobody will say it. And it goes all the way back. You remember Jimmy Carter giving that interview on Democracy Now! Back in 2007. How many of you guys have not seen Jimmy Carter's interview on Democracy Now! Back in 2007? If you haven't seen it, put a 1 in the comments. Okay, too many of you guys haven't. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna let you listen before Jerry gets here. Not my browser going bloop because I've played it so many damn times. But it brought it straight to the top. All right, so I am going to share this with you guys because it is so important that you hear him. Okay, so let me share my screen really quickly. You guys will be able to hear him. Where is okay, there it is. So what he's saying in the beginning is, because it started real quickly, but he says the word apartheid is exactly accurate. That's what he says. You ready? Listen.
I'm flipped up.
Here we go.
Is exactly accurate. You know, this is an area that's occupied by two powers. They're now completely separated. The Palestinians can't even ride on the same roads that the Israelis have created or built in Palestinian territory. The Israelis never see a Palestinian except the Israeli soldiers. The Palestinians never see an Israeli except at a distance, except the Israeli soldiers. So within Palestinian territory, they're absolutely and totally separated, much worse than they were in South Africa, by the way. And the other thing is, the other definition of apartheid is one side dominates the other, and the Israelis completely dominate the life of the Palestinian people.
Why don't Americans know what you have seen?
Listen.
Americans don't want to know, and many Israelis don't want to know what is going on inside Palestine. It's a terrible human rights persecution that is far transcends what any outsider would imagine. And there are powerful political forces in America that prevents any objective analysis of the problem in the Holy Land. I think it's accurate to say that not a single member of Congress with whom I'm familiar would possibly speak out and call for Israel to withdraw to their legal boundaries or to publicize the plight of the Palestinians, or even to call publicly and repeatedly for good faith peace talks. There hadn't been a day of peace talks now in more than 7 years. So this is a taboo subject, and I would say that if any member of Congress did speak out, as I've just described, they would probably not be back into Congress the next term.
Who are these forces that you're talking about?
Well, there's an inherent commitment in America, which I share as a Christian, of a deep commitment to make sure that Israel is safe and that Israel is free, and that they can seek for peace. So there's a strong inclination for all of us to support Israel's continued existence in peace. And that is added on to by the very effective work of the American-Israeli group called AIPAC, which is performing its completely legitimate task of convincing Americans to support the policies of the Israeli government. And AIPAC is not dedicated to peace. They're dedicated to inducing the maximum support in America, in the White House, in the Congress, and in the public media for whatever policies the Israeli government has at a particular time, and they're extremely effective.
Do you agree with Walt and Mearsheimer, their new book, The Israel Lobby, about the power of AIPAC determining U.S. foreign policy?
I have to say I haven't read the book. I've read stories about it. I don't really know about the details of it, but I do know that AIPAC is very powerful and completely legitimate. I'm not complaining because that's their purpose in life, and AIPAC, I think, was organized in the distant past, I think, when Eisenhower was president, and they've grown in influence, and in some ways they are to be admired.
Did they influence you as president?
Not really, because I was immune from those pressures. When I was elected president, you know, I came out of nowhere. Nobody thought I was going to win until the last minute, and so I wasn't obligated to them. And I worked assiduously almost every day of my term as president to bring peace to Israel, and also peace to Israel's neighbors. And we negotiated a peace treaty between Israel and Egypt, not a word of which has ever been violated. So I don't think there was any doubt that, that my commitment then and now was to see Israel have peace, living in harmony with its neighbors, and justice as well, and peace for Israel's neighbors.
President Carter, when did you come to understand, through your presidency and beyond, the situation of the Palestinians?
Well, the situation with the Palestinians when I was president was not all that bad. The first time I went to Israel, I was governor, and I went to the West Bank. There were only 1,500 settlers in all of the West Bank. And the general presumption, even by Israeli leaders with whom I met, was that Israel would withdraw from the Palestinian territories. It was a temporary thing. And when I negotiated an agreement with the Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin, he agreed that the political forces and the military forces of Israel would be withdrawn from Palestinian territory. That's all in the written agreement. But in the last 10 years, I would say the situation has deteriorated rapidly. Not many people are permitted to go and visit, as we have done.
Jimmy Carter.
For instance, members of B'Tselem, the outstanding human rights organization within Israel, those members are not permitted to go into areas of the West Bank. They have to observe from a distance what goes on, say, in Gaza now. But on 3 occasions, the Carter Center, led by me personally, have been invited by the Palestinians to monitor their election. In 1996, when Arafat was elected president and the first parliament, so-called, was elected. Again, after Arafat died, when Mahmoud Abbas was elected president, and then in 2006 in January, when the Hamas ran for parliamentary seats, and they were successful. So in performing the duty of monitoring election, we are obligated to go to every village and every town in the entire West Bank, yes, and also throughout Gaza to see what's going on. So we could see the terrible plight of the Palestinians, the fact that Israel has over 200 settlements on Palestinian territory, all fortified.
Yep.
That Israel has over 500 checkpoints in Palestine where the Palestinians can't move from one place to another.
Correct.
And where there's a wall being built completely surrounding Gaza, completely surrounding Bethlehem and other substantial sized cities, deeply intruding into Palestinian territory and encompassing more and more land for the Israelis to take away from Palestine. And the fact is that the West Bank is a tiny little place.
They're in my link
that
tree.
was carved out for the Palestinians. Just 22% of the total land. But the problem is that Israel wants to take that 22% and control it.
Right.
And major highways are built from one Israeli settlement to another and into Jerusalem, from which on many of those highways, the Palestinians can't even ride.
That's right.
Or sometimes can't even cross the highways.
Correct.
So this is what's happening inside Palestine, perpetrated by the Israelis. And this is a major obstacle to having what I want and what most Israelis want, by an overwhelming majority, and that is peace.
So I want to remind everybody, this interview is 19 years ago. This interview is from 2007. So at that time in 2007, this is when they were just building the walls around Gaza. Gaza is completely surrounded, you all. Gaza is the world's largest open air prison. There are 5 towers with armed guards in them surrounding Gaza. Okay? I need you all to hear me. And when he says they are not allowed, so even the cars have different colored license plates. And those license plates determine who can drive on those roads and who cannot drive on those roads, right? It is a complete apartheid. Now, once Jimmy Carter was out of office, because remember, it wasn't this way when he was in office. Remember, in 1967, Carter was in the late 70s, so it wasn't as bad. By the time we get to 2007, the Carter Foundation oversaw all 3 elections from the 90s down to 2006 when Hamas was elected for parliament. So, hey, Billy D. So the Carter Center oversaw those elections to make sure that they were legitimate, to make sure that was exact. And that's how he witnessed the plight of the Palestinians and just how much worse it had gotten since he was in office. And that's the truth. Now, let me tell you something. As great as it is that he is telling the truth, he is also compromised, because I want you to notice I would be remiss if I did not point out his repeated claim that AIPAC is doing completely legitimate work. There's a reason he felt the need to say that twice. And that is because he knows that if you are a foreign lobby, if you are a lobbyist and you are acting on behalf of another government and your goal is to make sure and influence that America supports the policies of your government, you are supposed to register as a foreign lobby. And AIPAC is not registered as a foreign lobby. So the reason that Jimmy Carter felt the need to say legitimate twice in that short interview is because he knows they're not, right? He knows they're not. They should be registered as a foreign lobby, and they are not. So the second thing that I would point out to you is he also talked about his commitment to Israel, which again is a problem. We should not be so committed to a foreign government that we are not looking out for the interests of the American people. So, I mean, because he said because of his Christian faith, that's also a problem for me, Jimmy Carter. As much as I love the fact that you are telling the truth, right? It is a problem for me that you are using your Christian faith to pledge allegiance to Israel, because your Christianity should have nothing to do with what you do as the president of the United States, because you are not to be running and governing the country based on a particular religion. Yeah, whether he took AIPAC money or not, I don't care. I know it's always been this way for Israel, but the point is, folks, I'm still going to point out that it should not be. And I have covered extensively that AIPAC funds Democrats and Republicans. AIPAC raised more money in 2024 for the Black Caucus than any other PAC. They raised more money for the Hispanic Caucus than any other PAC. 96% of the candidates that AIPAC endorsed won their elections in 2024. I am very well aware that AIPAC is a problem across the board in Congress, and they are now a problem across the board in your state legislature. They now have brought 250 state legislatures to a conference in Israel called 50 States, One Israel. The fact that we now have Israeli flags outside the offices of members of Congress is a fucking problem. And if you don't understand that, I would ask you to imagine members of Congress having a Chinese flag outside their damn office. You would have a fucking fit. So I'm just going to tell you, folks, this is not a Democrat-Republican thing for me. I'm going to call a thing no matter what party it is. So this is it, folks. I don't care if you're a Christian or not. What I care about is if you put Christianity into the government and then you weaponize that Christianity against the rest of us, then we have a problem. Period, point blank. And it doesn't matter to me who you are. So I'm just going to be really clear about it. And so when people ask me, what are we going to do about it? I would recommend that I would imagine that you probably are new to me. And so what I would say to you, if you want to know what we are going to do about it, I would recommend that you go to my YouTube, which is the Dani Cook. Watch my video called the For the People Project. I just launched it 9 days ago, and I published the webinar so that people could see it, right? So I would recommend that you do that. And then I would recommend that you go to my link tree and join to be a part of the things that we are doing. Because I'm not a talk about it, not do it kind of girl. I'm a do it, not talk about it. I'm a do it while I talk about it kind of girl. So just so everybody knows, I walk my talk. All right. I am being joined by Jerri. She just joined me over here. And then appreciate it, Dee. Good to see you here. So I'm being joined by Jerri. Let me see if she's on both. Okay, nope, she's over here. Good. So TikTok, I'm going to turn this around so you can watch us as well. And we are going to make it happen. That interview was in 2007, folks. 2007. So we are going to switch gears for just a minute. And I am going to bring up Jerri. Jerri is running to be the next governor of Tennessee, my home state. And we are going to, we're going to hear what she has to say about her plans. Because God knows we don't need Marsha Blackburn. And again, I'm throwing up in my mouth a little bit when I say her name. Because I really don't like her. But all right, here we go. Welcome, Jerri. Yep, I got you. You can do either one if you want to stay right where you are, because I've got TikTok watching you. Either way.
Give me 1 sec, okay? I'm trying to get the TikTok on my phone and the other thing.
And it's okay if you don't, because I've got TikTok here and they're turned around and they're watching us here. So don't stress it.
Cool.
Don't stress
One less thing to worry about.
That's what I told Alex. I said, listen, she can be on either one and they will be able to see and hear her no matter what's happening. So you are all good, my friend.
Let me see if I can figure out my headphone situation.
Cool.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
Okay. No worries.
Can you come make sure my headphones are working on the computer? I was going to use them with my phone.
Yep. So folks, if you have anybody that is in Tennessee, this is something that they all need to see. So please make sure that you share this with your folks that are in Tennessee. I'm going to, so let me just share this. So what's going to happen at first, thanks, Bobby Socks, is I have some questions that I want to ask Jerri. And then at the end of this, you're welcome, Don Juan. At the end of this, I'll maybe take a couple of questions from you guys and then we'll go from there. Okay. So just to give you all a heads up, things that I'm going to cover. I'm going to be asking about healthcare for my folks back in Northeast Tennessee. I'm going to be asking about COPA and the new piece of legislation that is in the Tennessee legislature around COPAs in Tennessee. I am also, hold on, let me just get rid of it again. Okay, and then I'm going to ask about preparation for Tennessee. Yeah, she is. Sunny is going to be on after Jerri. And then I'm going to talk about preparation for the state of Tennessee when it comes to Medicaid and Medicare losses, Medicaid and SNAP losses. And then I'm also going to be asking about immigration. Tennessee has introduced some immigration law that would pretty much, make ICE almost like a state type of agency. And then I'm going to turn you guys back around for just a second until she gets on here so TikTok doesn't get mad at me. And then I'm going to be asking specifically about data centers. I'm going to be asking about Elon Musk's facility that is in Memphis. And then I'm going to be asking just kind of other things. I have some things pulled up that I saw her post that I'm actually excited about. So I'm going to talk about that. And then you guys can absolutely type in the comments any questions that you have when I'm done with mine. So we'll give her a second to make sure that all of her technology is working, and then we'll get right to it.
So sorry. I am spring break at my in-laws' house, and I have a brand new computer and all the things. So
yeah, no worries.
That's where we are.
Thanks for joining. I'm really excited that you're here. So just so you know, we've got a really great room on TikTok and also on Substack and YouTube and all. Yeah. So I've got people in here that are going, I'm in Memphis and I'm in here and I'm in here. So I love that we have lots of Tennessee folks in here. That's my home state.
Yes.
So yeah. So I appreciate you being here. I'm going to let you kind of introduce yourself to people, give them a gist of like why you're running, and then we'll dive right in.
Sounds great. So I'm Jerri Green. I am the Democratic candidate for governor here in Tennessee. I was born and raised in Memphis. I went to college in Knoxville. I went to law school at Georgetown in DC, then moved back to Tennessee to Nashville to start my career. So I've lived in all three grand divisions, have roots in all of them. I started my career as a juvenile public defender. I am now the chief public defender in Shelby County back in Memphis. We moved back to Memphis after probably like 3.5 years in Nashville, my husband and I. And I am now a Memphis City Councilwoman there. I love that. That's my part-time job. My full-time job is being the Chief Public Defender, which I was just appointed to in January. Before that, I was Deputy Chief of Staff to our county mayor. So I've been in local government for many years, doing the work on the ground, helping people. And my most important title is that of mom. Those are interest, Bo, Vivian, and Wilder. They are 8, 14, and 15. And they're out. It's a little cloudy for swimming today, so they're out there fishing right now with their grandparents. While
Why do we keep cutting in and out a little bit?
I don't know. Okay. I hear you fine.
Yep, I can hear you now. It just it cut out for just like a second, but technology. So we're gonna run. We'll run with it and let it be what it is. So I love that. You know that I'm from Northeast Tennessee, and so as I know that you already know, healthcare is one of my big things in the region, and we have a COPA law that is on the books, and they just introduced a new law trying to end what little bit of oversight exists, and the requirement for the COPA to have quality score reporting and all of those types of things. So I guess one of the things that I would like to know is what are your thoughts about the COPA that exists in Northeast Tennessee and the fact that it could occur anywhere within the state? And if you are to be the governor of Tennessee, would you take any steps at all to enforce the parameters that currently exist in the COPA, and using the AG and the Tennessee Department of Health?
Yeah. So let's start with some really basic things. I do believe that one of the things I'll do day one is appoint an AG that's read the Constitution and plans to uphold it, appoint someone to the Department of Health that believes in science and will uphold that and take care of our health. And I also plan on ending the MOU with Ballard Healthcare. I have been enough up there in East Tennessee to hear directly from people about the lack of quality as you speak on the standards not being upheld. And they basically have a stranglehold out there and a monopoly only because of this MOU. So we plan to do away with that day one. So those are some things day one that I think we should do. And moving forward, again, we need to make sure that we have quality and accessible and affordable healthcare for all Tennesseans. We're number 2 in the nation for rural hospital closures. Many of our rural hospitals don't have a maternity ward. That's especially important to me as somebody who's had 3 children and 1 miscarriage, to think about what that would mean in our state. And I've talked to OBGYNs up there and how hard it is it's a desert. It's an OBGYN desert in Northeast Tennessee. And in addition to that, when we take the Medicaid expansion money, which we do plan to do instead of sending those dollars back to DC, your dollars and my dollars, we can reopen our rural hospitals, not just for maternity wards, but we have 17 rural hospitals that don't even have an emergency care center. And that means something to me, probably in a way that's different to a lot of other people running for governor or that have ever run. I lost my father. My family's from a small town outside of Memphis in Arkansas, across the river. And my dad died on a work site 3 days short of his 60th birthday. He had a heart attack, and the nearest hospital is 200 miles away. I know what that means. I know what it means to not be able to get affordable, accessible health care in a timely manner.
Yeah.
So I have lots of plans around that. And as we continue to fight a supermajority legislature, I think it's important to think about having somebody in the governor's mansion who can be a check on power. See, the problem right now is corporations like Ballard and others are able to write campaign checks to this supermajority that has gerrymandered districts to where people think it's a solid red state, even though it's not, because they're picking their voters instead of their voters picking their politicians. And there's no check on the balance. And so if you have someone in the governor's office that says, I'm not signing that MOU, or I am going to enforce these standards, then they're going to have to go back to their constituencies and say, hey, yeah, I don't care about that. And they'll be held accountable either in, I've seen the turnout in Northeast Tennessee, especially on this issue, and it is not a blue issue or a red issue, left or right. It is, everybody feels it. And so they'll have to be held accountable. And if they don't vote right when we put things like that in place, then they'll be held accountable the next year at the ballot box, I guarantee you.
I love that so much. So like I literally could cry. As you
Please
know,
don't cry. That's my new superhero power is everywhere I go, somebody cries. It's the
yeah,
worst.
no, well, I think, for me, the fight has been so long and so extensive with Ballad. And I literally I know people who have died as a result of these changes. I know people that have permanent effects because of these changes. I know people that had we not worked diligently to get them to Nashville or to Knoxville and get them out of, they would not be here, right? And I get really excited when I think about the potential of you and Abigail, because this COPA exists across the state lines, right? And so when you talk about that 200-mile, you think about Lee County, you think about Wise County, you think about even Scott County. Holston Valley Medical Center is the closest that they have in terms of trauma care and maternity wards and all of those types of things. And so I think about the possibility for both of you to woman-led Democratic governors to right some wrongs that have severely impacted the people in that region. So, yeah.
Well, and so same sort of thing on the other side of the state, right? With Region 1 medical care in Memphis. It also serves Mississippi. It also serves Arkansas. In fact, my stepmother and my sister's life were saved at Region 1. The reason I was born in Memphis is that's the closest hospital to where we lived. And then we moved to Memphis after that. But yeah, I mean, I get it. It could be across state lines, but we've got to make sure that we're helping the most people. And here's what study after study, you don't have to take my word for it. Study after study says this: you don't have to be a mother to govern, but if you govern like a mother, you're going to help the most people. And when you elect women to office, progressive women to office, they pass more legislation, and that legislation helps more people. So that's why the slogan's One Tough Mother.
Yes, I love it. I hope all of my folks in Northeast Tennessee, even if they're not watching, I'm going to clip it and put it out anyway, because it's just really important. When
the last time I was in Northeast Tennessee, I'm sorry for interrupting you. The last time there in Northeast Tennessee, I had a woman who I'd seen the previous time that I went there, and she had lost her TennCare in the interim. And I just got a blood test back, and they say they think it might be blood cancer. I've got to have 2 more tests to confirm. And she said, I hope it is, because that's the only way I'll be able to afford health care.
Wow. It's just like we've gotten it so wrong, and we have to get it fixed. We have to get it fixed. I have talked to people back home. And when you say it's not a red thing, it's not a blue thing, it's really not. I'm progressive, and I'm a progressive populist at my heart. And so when Bella was born at Holston Valley, you know, it was a phenomenal hospital. My grandbaby was born there, 1 pound, 3 ounces. She spent 91 days she spent 91 days in the NICU at Holston Valley. That's how the whole protest, despite what other people say, nobody paid me, nobody hired me, nobody whatever. It was literally my granddaughter was in the NICU for 91 days. A year later, the nurses reached out to me. They said, "Oh my God, we don't know what's happened. Now we have a new name and they want to close our NICU." And in 5 days' time, I learned that not only did Rusty Crowe introduce this legislation, he was a contracted vendor with Ballot Health. And then I found out about Alan Levine being the CEO. He was also with Columbia HCA when Rick Scott was there, and they had $1.7 billion worth of fraud. He was also at Broward Health, which turns out they were later found guilty of fraud at that time. And he was with HMA and interviewed in 2012. And guess what? They were also found guilty of Medicare, Medicaid fraud. And the fact that he is now the CEO of the largest medical monopoly in the country is astounding to me. Now, I'm not saying that Alan did any of those things. I'm just saying he was in CEO presidential level roles at all 3 organizations when fraud happened. So I just know that if I was like the president or the manager of 3 banks and all 3 got robbed, nobody would hire me. Yeah. So the opportunity to fix this for people back home makes me super, super happy. My mama is still there, Jerri. And I worry for her all the time because when I'm not there, I don't know that she's going to get great care. I don't know that she's going to get adequate care. So I appreciate that. I do want to talk about Medicaid and SNAP. So we know that with the changes with the One Big Beautiful Bill, there are a lot of people.
I have a different B for the middle of that, but go ahead.
We know that that there are going to be millions of people, but thousands of people throughout Tennessee that are going to lose their Medicaid, and they're going to lose some or all of their SNAP benefits. Can you talk to me about your plans to help mitigate that for some of the people in Tennessee?
Well, I think the main thing is we've got to be ready to stand in the gap. You know, I don't think we can rely on the dear leader in DC to do anything sane in the next several years. So, for example, when SNAP was frozen most recently because of the inability to do the CR, in Memphis, we passed a $2.5 million budget adjustment to be able to give to our homeless shelters, to our food banks, utility assistance, to the people to provide them a stopgap. We also, at the same time, I was finally able to get the administration to agree to raise everybody's minimum wage that works for the city to at least $40,000 a year. Because we had people who were like working at our library that would then be in the food bank line because they were only making like $1,000 a year. So we've got to be able to work on living wages to help people out, and we've got to be ready to stand in the gap. And we sit on hundreds of millions of dollars in our TANF funds that we could do work on right now to help people with childcare, with housing, with paying down medical debt. All of that we could do right away. But we also have a $2 billion rainy day fund.
Yes.
And it's Noah's Ark out there. If anybody would do what I've done, I've made over 70 campaign stops across the state. And you're way in the Northeast, I'm way in the Southwest. Memphis to Bristol is further than Memphis to Canada. Like you turn Tennessee on its side and you hit Canada.
Yeah.
So I've traveled back and forth, and I'm talking to people, and I'm telling you, whether it is the cost of food, the cost of medicine, the cost of utilities, trying to pay first and last month's rent when you make $7.25 an hour, it's impossible.
Yeah.
The cost of healthcare is higher than the cost of college right now in the state of Tennessee. We have got to be willing and able to use the funds that we are already sitting on. I don't have to raise any taxes. I don't have to take any money from anybody. This is your free money. It's already sitting there, and it is set aside for families living in poverty. That is exactly what it's supposed to be used for. So again, we're not raising anybody's taxes. We're not taking away any money. We are just going to start using the money for the purposes it's supposed to be used for, to make people's lives easier. And then we have to be ready to do things. So when the SNAP benefits hit, also that cut hit, I called on Bill Lee to end the grocery tax temporarily. Now I want to end the grocery tax permanently. And again, Bill Lee gave his billionaire buddies and corporations a $1.5 billion tax cut this past year. To do the grocery tax is only $750 million, which means we could do it twice over. We really can. And that's the thing. Most people in Tennessee that live in poverty, half of their wages go to food. So, and right now, 1 in 5 children go to bed hungry in Tennessee. Memphis leads the nation in senior food. Again, it's really big. So we could have ended just like we like school time, right? There's like tax holidays. We could have holiday until they got their act back together and turned SNAP benefits on. So of course it is. But there are places that we can stand in the gap, and you can talk to people who are already on those benefits and be ready to serve them immediately.
Okay. Yeah, you were cutting in and out for a second, but we could still get it. Yeah. So for those of you guys where she cut in and out, I was filling in the gaps because I was reading her lips. But she was talking about all of the different things that would have happened or that could have happened when they were not, when they couldn't pass the continuing resolution and SNAP benefits were cut off. She had asked Bill Lee to step in and use either part of the rainy day fund or to end the grocery tax, right? Because Tennessee has a grocery tax. If you guys remember, Afton was with us a few weeks ago. So Afton's a great friend of mine. Afton Bain, state legislature. She just ran for Congressional District 7. And she has a piece of legislation to end the grocery tax. And so, you know how she wants to do away with the grocery tax entirely, but she's saying we could have at least paused it the same way we do before, kids go back to school and we have tax-free weekend. We could have had tax-free groceries when they weren't passing the continuing resolution and people weren't getting their benefits. But Bill Lee doesn't do that. He gives money to billionaires like himself instead. He's the guy that got caught with a shit ton of TNAF money in the bank in 2019. And the research showed that only about 60% of the funds that was coming from the federal government was actually getting out to the people. So the rest of it was just sitting in the bank and collecting dust. I will tell you all this: in 2019, Bill Lee came to a Reagan Day dinner in Northeast Tennessee, and somebody bought me a ticket, which was so much fun for me. So I listened to him say we have a $1 billion rainy day fund. And I put up a post when I got back and I said, I don't know if Bill gets or not, but it is fucking a hurricane outside. Excuse my language. But I literally said, hey, it's a hurricane. It is raining, Bill. And so to think about the fact that was about 7 years ago. And now we've gone from a $1 billion rainy day fund to a $2 billion rainy day fund is crazy. So Bill Lee is the current governor of Tennessee. Okay. And so Marsha Blackburn is the Republican candidate that is running for Tennessee as well. And so if anybody is listening, she's the Ballot Health donates to Marsha. Just if anybody cares to listen, Ballot gets
and Big Pharma and APAC, all of those things that voucher schemers, you name it. That's who's lining Marsha's pockets.
100%. She's a big NRA girl. All of the things that we don't like, that is who backs Marsha. And so this is when folks back home, I can't say this to you enough, right? I am not telling you that you should vote for Jerri because she's a Democratic candidate. I have been long since told you all that healthcare should not be a partisan issue. Right. But if you want someone who actually gives a shit about your healthcare, remember, I stood in Marsha's office. And you don't even know this story, Jerri. I don't think you do. I stood in her office in 2019 and I took to her copies of the 30,000 local signatures we've gotten from people in the region and asked her for her health. And she sent me to go see Lamar Alexander and they did nothing. But yeah, so just so people know, that's a real thing. Marsha did nothing for Northeast Tennessee. So if you want to continue to be forgotten, then you will vote for Marsha. And if not, you might want to consider something else.
Yeah, think about how many town halls she's held in the last decade. The answer is zero.
Yeah,
they keep making another stop. I'm like, this is my 71st stop. And I'll say, how many times do you think, how many stops do you think Marsha's made? And everybody says 0. And I'm like, that's right. We're already working 70 times harder than her.
Absolutely, 100%. Okay, so I have two big things because you already asked me. I have written down my little notes. So we've already covered SNAP, TNAF, because that was on my list. Grocery tax was on my list. So I love that. I've got two more that I want to hit. So one is going to be immigration. And I know that Tennessee has been very welcoming to ICE. So I would love for you to speak kind of your viewpoint about that. I caught the eye roll, so I kind of think I know where you're going to go. But if you can share with the folks kind of your position and your thoughts about even the legislation that it's making its way through Tennessee concerning ICE.
Well, I think it's one of the main reasons we need to elect, again, somebody who's a check on the power. We are on the front lines of fascism, and we are implementing Project 2025 and Stephen Miller's racist playbook at hyperspeed here. We are the testing ground. I have 150 National Guard troops in my city right now. They are walking my target at the moment, but their rooms are booked until November of 2026. Interesting date, right?
Interesting date.
That we do have many ICE people in our streets. Now, the Shelby County and many elected officials have sued to stop the National Guard because it is clearly unconstitutional underneath both the state constitution and the US Constitution. I'm not saying you have to be a lawyer to be governor, but we pass more lawsuits than laws in our state, and it might be helpful for us to have somebody with a veto pen that knows what they're signing. And I can tell you right now, the National Guard, I would immediately remove from our cities. It should not be used for that. It should be used for like when Nashville gets frozen over and people need help instead of sitting in hotel rooms in Memphis. As far as ICE, I would immediately end all 287G agreements and tell them to get the hell out. They are terrorizing my community in particular. The Hispanic population is the fastest growing population in Memphis, and that's saying something because Memphis is fast losing population. And people are not going to their doctor appointments. They're not going to school. They're not going to church. I just visited a Catholic church on Sunday, and many of their communion ceremonies and the classes that prepare the kids for that have moved online. Go to them. They won't wait in line for food baskets, even if they're hungry. And we're having to take, we have something called the immigrant pantry where we take food to people in Memphis. But we would end those immediately. I worked in immigration space a lot in my career. I have helped a man from Liberia get asylum when I was in law school. I went to twice to do women's human rights work in Tanzania and in Ghana. And I ran a nonprofit in Memphis for a while called the Community Legal Center, and half our work was immigration. I have seen up close and personal how beautiful the naturalization ceremonies can be. And I have been in places as small as South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, and met British women who are afraid to go to the coffee shop now because they're afraid somebody will hear their accent. And so they're carrying their passport with them. So the terror on brown and Black folks in our communities, it's across the board and across the state, and it needs to end. This is something straight out of Nazi Germany. When people are having to carry their papers, when people are afraid to leave their house for something as basic as food or school or medicine or church. And have mothers and nurses being gunned down in the street by masked, armed men who won't tell us their names, who are actively blocking investigations in broad daylight. We've gone too far. We need to abolish ICE as it sits now. There are certainly things in immigration that we need to work on. I don't mean to be one-sided about this. You know, child trafficking is concerning to me. Drug trafficking is concerning to me. That used to live under the DOJ. It should go back there. That should be where those things live. But we have a Customs and Border Patrol agency. But we should not have to worry about ICE in our streets.
100% agreed. I love the fact that, so one of the things that I love, so when people say that they are lawyers running for office, I'm always interested in what they chose to do with that law degree, because it speaks, for me, it speaks volumes. And I'm just speaking personally for me. It matters to me whether you chose to go to a big firm and make a shit ton of money, helping corporations make a shit ton of money, or whether you use that law degree to advocate for people. And so I'm always excited when I see someone that has a law degree that uses that degree to actually advocate on behalf of people. And it makes me feel really good. She said, I wish y'all could come talk to my mother. I love that. So
yeah, all of my friends left law school, left Georgetown, and they went into corporate law. I knew that was never going to be for me. I grew up poor. My mom and I worked our way out of poverty, and I thought people just like us needed to have a Georgetown trained lawyer too. While I was in law school, I did all kinds of public interest law, domestic violence, landlord tenant. Like I said, I went to Africa twice and did human rights work. And when I went to the public defender's office, I fell in love because it was just me and my client and the Constitution. And we were against the whole state, the whole government, right? And I went to start my career with juveniles, like talk about people who are voiceless in the system. They were Black and brown and poor and kids facing so many obstacles, so many ACEs, right? That's what we call them now. And it was amazing work and it was hard. We were overworked, under-resourced, every day was a challenge. And I'll tell you this, I never lost a case.
I love that. I love that.
I was a recovering attorney and now I'm back at the public defender's office, so I can't say that anymore.
I love it. So Cheryl says, I know Tennessee needs her, but can she run for president? Can we do, let me say Tennessee first. Let me say Tennessee.
One race at a time.
One race at a time. Okay, so the last one, and this one's going to be near and dear to your heart because it's Memphis, right? So I do want to talk about data centers and tech centers like the one that Elon Musk has in Memphis, and kind of what we can do about those things because they are growing at a ridiculous rate. And yeah, I'm not a fan, but I want to see kind of your stance on data centers.
Well, look, I don't trust Elon Musk further than I can throw him and probably less far than that. So it happened very quickly in Memphis. And what I hope is everybody learns from us because technically, legally, he and his team did everything above the books. The problem is this was not a thing. And so nobody knew what to expect or how to deal with it. What we have done retroactively is made sure that now if you want to put in a data center, you have to go to the Land Use Control Board. You have to get a special permit. You have to come to the city council. Before that, it was zoned the way it was already industrial, right?
Yeah.
We have made sure that, so they're now our largest tax contributor and it's supposed to double this year. But we retroactively went in because of the concerns of the community and said within a 5-mile radius, we now have 2 data centers by XAI. Within a 5 or 7 mile, I can't actually remember, radius of both of those places, we're setting aside a quarter of what we raise in taxes specifically for those neighborhoods and those areas. And we're getting public input on what they want done with those taxes. So I can't just use them to fill potholes. I'm supposed to already be doing that. But if they have concerns, say, about healthcare and what air pollution, then maybe we put in a health clinic, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're starting to have more of the community conversations that should have been had on the front end. We've talked to them about the turbines and asked them to get off of those and build solar instead. They're building a solar farm. It should be online within the next month or so. We talked to them about worrying about pull on our energy and our power.
Mm-hmm.
We had the station pay for it, hand the keys over to us. We were very concerned in Memphis. We're very precious about our water. Please come to Memphis, drink our water. It's the best in the whole world. 200 years aquifer. Truly, I've been all over the world. We have the best water, hands down. And we didn't want them cooling their computers with our aquifer water, right? So we needed a gray water facility built. And we've known this for years before they came, but it's an $80 million project and it was going to take us 3 years to build. And we just don't have the tax base to do that. That's most of our budget. So we have asked, the good news is Elon has more money than sense. So they are building a facility for us. And they're building it in 6 months and handing the keys over to us. So what I would say to other spaces and places in Tennessee, outside of Tennessee, is learn from Memphis and go ahead and put these things in your laws now. so that you can go ahead and make sure there's, community input, that your elected officials are having a say in it, that if they come, that you're having the resources go back to those communities that are mostly impacted, and that you're putting in as many environmental protections as you can along the way. I will side note say this, we did have it tested, the air tested by the EPA and by the city randomly. They both came back under the regulations. And in the meantime, Trump and his EPA have now gotten rid of all the air quality regulations. So
Yeah. Yeah.
sometimes you raise and you get the wrong result that you wanted. Anyway, there are ways and spaces that we can regulate this and be careful with our community and make sure that we're pouring back into them. But I hope just everybody takes all the lessons, because it was just, I mean, you be council member, I would have some knowledge of it, but I found out with everybody else on Twitter.
Wow, that's great. Okay, so for those of you all that want more information and you want to check out the policies, you need to go to greenforgovernor.com and then just go to policy, and you'll be able to see all of those things there. I know that someone was putting the links in the thing, but TikTok hates links. And if they see links in the chat, they literally will stop pushing it out. So one of my mods was like, don't put links. And I'm like, okay, it's okay. It's okay. I'll tell them where to go. Okay, so one more thing, because I almost forgot. Thank you to the folks in the chat that reminded me. Okay, so education. Wrestling woman has decided that we don't need education.
I gotta stop eye rolling on your.
Yeah, just saying.
Sorry.
The woman who doesn't know what IDEA is or what it stands for. Yeah, so there are a lot of concerns. So, for example, I hope Sean and Jessica, I hope you guys are watching. I really do. So dealing with the healthcare situation, of course, I attracted people that had chronic health conditions or chronic disabilities or whatever, right? So I've come to know a lot of them. And so these are people that actually have children with significant disabilities. And there are concerns about, removing the Civil Rights Office within education, taking around the diversity, equity, inclusion, and access, which a lot of people forget the A is the access part of that. So can we talk a little bit about education and rights for people with disabilities, disabled people?
Yes. So this is probably, if you go to my website, greenforgovernor.com, and click on the platform, don't put it in the chat. The education is probably the platform I have built out the most. And it's probably because I have 3 small children and they go to public schools. Like I went to public schools, and my youngest is level 3 autistic. So the ending of the Department of Education is incredibly concerning to me on a very personal level. He would not be able to go to school if it weren't for the IDEA, if it weren't for his IEP. He's in a very specialized program and class right now. He's verbal, he's brilliant, but he has a lot of social issues, and it's very hard. It's very hard. And you can't just put him in private school, even if I could afford it, because what they will say is, we try to be accommodating, but we don't make accommodations. And look, I already told you the jobs I have. I can't homeschool him too. So it's incredibly concerning to me. And I told you I started my career as a juvenile public defender. So many of those kids were special needs kids, right?
Yeah.
We have to stand in the gap, and we have to incentivize our special needs teachers. So that's part of my platform. So if these things go away, that we have a pipeline of teachers who are trained to make sure that we get that. I think the main thing that I would tell you, and the way that I plan to invest in education, is to defund the voucher scheme and to put all that money in schools. And we talked about appointments earlier. I would also appoint someone to the head of the Department of Education that spent time in the classroom. So what a novel idea, right?
Novel idea, 100%.
Yeah, education is incredibly important to me. It is and very personal to me, especially as it relates to people who have disabilities, and not just visible disabilities, but invisible disabilities too, like my son. After the Tyree Nichols thing happened in Memphis, the tragedy, the OGA report, there were some very concerning things in there to me about how police were handling children with disabilities. And so I met with our police chief, and we had a whole training put in place for the past officers and the current new officers that come on board, specifically around autism. And they all now carry sensory kits in their cars and things like that. But I would like to take it a step further on the state level. Some other states have on your driver's license like a little like eye with a circle for invisible disability. I would probably put it there, but also on the license plate if I could. I think about my kid, and if somebody with autism gets pulled over, they get into fight or flight mode. There's lights, there's sirens, it's loud, and that can put them, you don't want them to either fight the police or run away. That's all bad. But if the police officer can see when they pull up from the license plate or on their license that this is somebody with an invisible disability, then the interaction is different, right? It changes the whole interaction. And so I just say to all of you special needs parents out there, know that I'm one of you. And so I think about all these things. I think about job readiness. I think about college placement, all of housing. I think about all of those things because I live with it every day. And I think about schools because I have 3 school children. There's not been anyone in the governor's office, and I don't even know how long, that has school age children. So it matters to me what we do in our schools. It matters to me how we treat our teachers. And while Marsha's bragging about the Department of Education going away, I'm praying that it stays and that the civil rights protections stay for our kids. But if they don't, I plan to fight for them anyway.
I love that. So my grandbaby, Bella, is level 2. She used to be level 3. And then this year when we did her IEP, they took her to level 2. And so socially, she also, she has just delay in processing. So you can ask her something and you just be like, there's just like dead silence. And you're like, Belle, right? And so that's one of the things that, I have concerns about because she is a woman of color. And although she's 8 now, she's going to be
Look,
yeah.
I'm telling you, my kid was so first off, let's say most of his social learning years were COVID years, and he was stuck at home by himself. So like how to transition from one class to the other, how to sit still in a desk, how to wait in a line, how to listen to a teacher. We lost all of that.
Yeah.
And then when he got put in kindergarten, he was throwing chairs, throwing books, crawling around, taking his shirt off. And I know if he had been a little black boy, they would have arrested him. Because they called the police and they were standing there and I'm like, guys, he's a kindergartner. What are we doing? What are we doing? But this was before he was diagnosed. I mean, I didn't have any way to even know that it was an issue until we put him into school. So he does ABA therapy now. Like I said, he's in a specialized program. He gets medication, all of the things. Once we knew, we put in all the supports, but also his teachers know, and we have an IEP and we have a plan. And I can say things like, look, you're sending home homework, but by the time I get to him at night, his medication's worn off. So I need the weekend. I need daytime hours to do homework with him. I need y'all to do it in class. And in a regular classroom, it'd be like, he just, all the little things, go to music because it's just too loud and he can't stand it, right? Maybe the uniform is itchy and we need an accommodation to wear. Like all these things that they seem so minor, but it allows him to be in a classroom and to learn not just knowledge stuff. He's, like I said, he's very brilliant, but the social skills he needs to learn to live his life. Because I want him to go on and get a job at an apartment, go to college, all of those things. And then I hope over that it's not so frightening that it escalates.
Yeah.
All of this, life is just harder, and there's no reason that we should for people like that.
Yeah, 100%. So, it's so I have parents of special needs folks here. I have an IEP advocate actually that works with parents in Florida.
Yay.
She's amazing. And so somebody said, tell her she's a hero from a special ed mom.
That's so kind. There's a great, there's a woman in Dyersburg She's a doctor, and she has a podcast called Raising Kellen, Kellan. Anybody wants to do it? I went on it, and she's a special needs mom. And talks about all the time how we help people.
Oh, it cut out really bad. Hold on. Okay, try it again.
Raising Kellen, Kellan.
There we go.
Go listen to a special needs mom in Tennessee that works on this platform and this issue.
Yeah, no, guys, I knew it was hers. We just needed to repeat it again, so we got it. Okay, so I love all of those things. And so what did we hit? We hit living wages. We hit all of that. I think the only thing that we didn't touch on, because I have what I call the 4 pillars of policy. And the little acronym is HEHE. So it's healthcare, education, housing, and economic mobility, right? And so I think the only one that we didn't touch on is housing. So what are your, because I was astounded when I moved back to Tennessee for the protest, and I was looking, and at the time I had like a 1-bedroom in Atlanta and whatever. And when I went to Tennessee, I was like, why is rent in Bristol only $300 less than rent in Atlanta, and you don't have any amenities? Like, what in the world is happening? So what are your plans around, I got an answer for you. I'll ask in just a second. What are your plans for housing?
Well, a couple of things. First is we've got to raise, again, our living wage. You can't afford first and last month's rent on $7.25 an hour. The last time we had an increase in living wages was under a Democratic governor. So, and understand what I can do is raise the minimum wage of all the state workers, which is a lot. I've done it in the city of Memphis. I've done it in Shelby County, but we need to do it across the state, because then that puts pressure on everybody else, right? And when you can have a living wage, you can get into housing. There's other things that we can do too. Again, going back to those TANF funds. So right now we could use 10 million of those TANF funds and help get people into housing right away. I've met vets. I have met, young gay women who've been kicked out of their house because their parents found out, they came out. And whatever spectrum you're on, people need housing. And they need affordable. One of the things that really bothers me in relation to housing vouchers, I hope to change in my time in governor, is if you are a full-time student, you cannot qualify for a housing voucher. And so my mom tried to put herself back to school when I was like 2 or 3. She didn't end up finishing till I was in high school. And I think about the trajectory of her life and my life. Had she been to get housing, she could not do that and afford college. And we should not be punishing people that are trying to be full-time students to go back to school, especially young moms, like my mom.
100%.
So anyway, there's a lot of things I want to do around housing. And the first thing we're going to do is make life more affordable for people and make wages better so that people can get into housing they deserve.
Love that. So if it broke up a little bit, so she can immediately use $10 million of TANF funds to help people get into housing immediately. But then also, of course, it's raising. Somebody in here said, did she say state workers? She did. So as governor, she can immediately raise the minimum wage for state workers. And then that, of course, this is the beauty of competition. When you do that across the board and a state has tons of state workers, when you raise their wages, then it makes the corporations and the local businesses have to be competitive. So they have to raise their wages as well. So that's what she's talking about, is the beauty of competition. By raising the wages for state workers, you make the others have to raise the bar.
Can I talk a little about economic mobility too, and how TANF and what we plan to do there helps? So we talked about SNAP earlier, right?
Yep.
And so imagine if single mom like mine, you get SNAP benefits and you can go to your local farmer's market. You can buy some goods, and then your farmer can get his tractor repaired at the local shop. That shop owner can then take his wife out to their favorite Mexican restaurant. That restaurant owner, they can buy his kid a beat up used car from the dealer down the street. Like, that's how that trickles up. Trickle down never works. Trickle up does. Yeah. And that's where we should be focusing. All of that, when we talk about paying off medical debt with the TANF funds, we can take 10 million of our medical debt of our TANF funds, and it turned it into $100 million of medical debt erased for Tennesseans. We can take 50 million and clear our childcare wait list. When you make childcare more affordable, people have more money to put back in the economy. All of these things that we're talking about doing for needy families help all of us, help help bring life back to our communities. When we take our Medicaid expansion money, we reopen hospitals. That's not just doctor jobs and nurses jobs and administrative jobs. It's the coffee shop down the street. It's the woman that opens the scrub shop in the strip mall. It helps all of us when we do these things. So we just need to step up and use the funds that we're talking about. And when we do living housing vouchers, it's even better.
Listen, they're like, you have to keep bringing her back until November. So I'm happy to bring you back any time at all. I'm excited. You know, it is beautiful where I'm from, right? North Tennessee is gorgeous. And it makes me sad that it's not a place that there's just so much misinformation that has been put out. That people just don't understand. People wondered. They were like, how can you, a woman of color who's a liberal, organize a solidly Republican section of Tennessee? And it's because I have this thing, and I say this all the time. People do not care how much you know until they know how much you care. And once you demonstrate that, once you show people the authenticity of your heart, and this is what I really mean, and I actually want better for you, they will follow you. They will get on board. And then it has nothing to do with partisanship. It has to do with, this is what's best for all of us together, because like it or not, we are all in this together. I tell people all the time, they don't ask you if you're Democrat or Republican when you check out at the grocery store. There's not a Republican Democrat pump.
I'm telling you that the issues, the policies that I care about, I'm not trying to move Tennessee left or right. I'm trying to move Tennessee forward. And we have been up in those tiny towns in Northeast Tennessee. In fact, the last time I was there, there's a kid who, he's in his 20s, that volunteers, kid to me. And he said, I'm bringing my dad tonight. He was MAGA until last week. And I was like, whew, this might be a hard turn to come to one of my rallies in town. You might want to ease him into something else first. But he came and he listened, and I went over and talked to him afterwards, and, you know, just told him, like, your kid's great. Thanks for letting him volunteer and be passionate. You've clearly done a good job. And he asked me a few questions, and we talked, and he left with one of my yard signs. And I think that's because he got a chance to actually hear from somebody, to ask the questions and to be like, no, she's just talking about things that would make life better. She wants our schools to be better. She wants our roads, or she wants people to be able to live the American dream, right? And people are slowly waking up to that. I don't go to a independent or Republican come up to me afterwards and say, I've never voted for a Democrat before, but I'm voting for you. And of course, I'm changing who I am. I am not trying to deprogram anybody out of their cult. I am staying, as you said, progressive, populist, where I live. But as where we started, all of the things I care about go back to my kids. If it's keeping the, it's because I want them to have the air to breathe. If it's working on gun reform, it's because that's the #1 killer of kids in our country right now. If it's protecting rights around their bodies or their voting booth, it's because I have a daughter who's now has less rights than her grandmother. Every single thing I go back to, talk about your heart, right? If heart is my kids. That's where my heart is. And I think people are aching for leadership right now that is about compassion and not cruelty. They are ready for some common sense and less, you know, we have shirts on our website that say make government boring again. I think that's right. And I also think they want someone with some courage, you know, in addition to heart and brain, you need a backbone. You need to be willing to stand up and say, ICE, get the hell out. No, we're not putting National Guards on the streets, Trump, just because you want to. Somebody who's willing to fight at the microphone and in the courtroom against things that are clearly unconstitutional, illegal, and immoral. And we just don't have a lot of that in our country right now. And so I think that's why, whether you have always voted Republican or you're a Democrat, but you haven't voted much because you think that Tennessee is solidly red, and it is not.
It is not.
Northeast Tennessee, we have like 200 people show up, and people are like, we've never. or, it is not solidly red.
It does
So
not.
people out who care about these issues, and we can make Tennessee better for so many people, for so many people.
Okay, so I'm going to drop this in your hat. So last week, in a different state than Tennessee, there was a chemical plant. They make solar panels or whatever, and they had a leak. And so immediately, I'm the person that goes to the EPA website and kind of looks up all of your jam and all of the things. And while I was there, because when I lived in Tennessee, I used to check up on Eastman, right? In Northeast Tennessee, Eastman is there, and the conundrum is that Eastman is one of the highest paying jobs in the region, right? So people are like, oh, we don't mess with Eastman. But here's what I found on the EPA website. So for the CAA, which is the Clean Air Act, out of the last 12 quarters, they were out of compliance 11. And for the clean water, they were out of compliance 7 out of 12. They had on the Air Act, they had 20 something or 30 something informal actions and 20 formal actions and only 1 formal on the water. But all they paid out of all of that non-compliance was $599,000. Eastman is a $10 billion company. So we know that Trump has done away with EPA regulations and those types of things. I know you've talked about what you were able to accomplish in Memphis. As governor, do you see an opportunity to institute and implement things that could help across the board in every region of Tennessee when it comes to EPA violations and places that are just not safe?
I think there is, and I think there also should be room for politicians to first have conversations. So I think a lot of really difficult issues in our communities, we just go to our corners and say it's one or the other. Like, we can't hold Eastman accountable because they produce high paying jobs, or we have to hold them accountable and then they're going to leave. It's probably neither of those are true. There is probably something in between. I spent my life as a public defender. Most of your cases settle, like
Yes.
99 settle. And when something settles, that means a compromise, which means everybody leaves a little unhappy. Everybody gets a little bit of something they want, but everybody leaves a little unhappy. And I think we need leaders in places to be able to gather people to table and say, hey, this is really impacting people's lives, because more than I want them to pay, which is fine if you get to that point, I want them to stop doing it.
Yes.
Right? I want them to stop violating, and to be able to hear from the community why that's important, hear from environmentalists why that's important, and see if we can reduce it. It's just like when I talk about living wages, people say, like, I'm a small business owner, I can't afford $18 an hour. And I'll say, okay, can you afford 10? Can you afford 12? Like, because right now, if you go to Wendy's and you try to buy a meal, you can't for $7.25 an hour. And you know that. So
Yes.
what we get to, right? Which is not where I want you to be at $22 an hour, but it's not $7.25 either. And we don't have to say it's either this or that. It could be something in between. So, and I've worked on things like controversial issues, and I think the most controversial issues in the state of Tennessee probably are guns and abortion.
Yes.
Right? Like, there's no compromise on those two things. Well, I've gotten compromise on both of them and helped people. When Dobbs came down, I went to my mayor at the time and I said, we've got to do something. And he was like, that's great, but this whole Supreme Court thing. He went to Yale, harder than me. And I said, look, Memphis in particular has the highest fetal and maternal mortality rate in the country. And it's worse for Black women than for white women.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, what do you want to do about it? And I said, I want to fund 2 Black midwife fellows. I want to be able to have people have healthy births, to have healthy children, healthy moms. And that's not a Republican or a Democrat issue, because I was going to need funding. I needed $180,000 to fund it for 2 years. And I got support across the board. And our first year we had 89 births, and our second year we had 112, all healthy babies, healthy moms. We can take that same kind of program to rural Tennessee too, by the way. But just to a point, like, something as controversial as abortions, I found a way, like, where can we work together? Okay, you want abortions to be legal. I want them to be legal. But in the meantime, while we're here, what can we do to make sure that women and babies are healthy?
Yes.
Guns, so when the state legislature passed guns in cars, right? You can store your gun. For those of you who are out there in the world, in Tennessee, you can just leave your gun unlocked in a car.
Yep.
And I know. And our governor signed these laws in a Beretta factory. So if you want to know where his priorities are. And I'm a gun owner, just for anybody. You can be a Democrat and believe all these things and be a gun owner. But Memphis became #1 in the nation for guns stolen out of cars. Chattanooga became #2. And it wasn't by a little. We went from like 200 guns stolen out of cars to 2,000. So I know. And 40% of our violent crime could be traced back to a gun stolen out of a car. So every time they like to tell you that Memphis is crime ridden and that it's because the Democrats are in control, remind them it's because the Republicans are in control and they're passing these asinine laws. So again, I can't overturn the state legislature in Memphis, even though we put it on the ballot and asked them, please let us have our own control over our own city and make people lock their guns in their cars. It passed with 85% on the ballot, by the way. The state still won't let us do it. So I started a free gun lock by mail program. Because while you can go get a free gun lock at your local police department, nobody's doing that. And I've given out over 2,000 gun locks in the last 2 years. It's $2 for a gun lock. It's $5 to mail it anywhere in the county. And in that same time, we've seen a 25% reduction in our violent crime rate and a nearly identical reduction. We've seen a nearly identical reduction in the guns stolen out of cars. And the best part is our children's hospital has reported that they've cut in half the number of children who've been shot in that same time period. Now, I'm not saying it's all because of that gun lock program, but it's having an impact, right? And
right.
I did that. I knew it was successful. So do you remember when Governor Lee, after the Covenant shooting, had this special legislative session on guns?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I called his chief of staff, who's from Memphis, and said, hey, I've got this really successful gun lock program. Y'all should take it statewide because the Tennessee Highway Patrol sits on tens of thousands of gun locks. All you got to do is mail them. I will show you how we set up the website, how we do all of it. Please just pass the law that you'll do it statewide. And he took it to the governor and it passed. And do you know who the biggest champion of it was? Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton.
Stop.
Now, no idea I had anything to do with it.
But holy crap.
Even on guns, I was able to find a middle ground, a compromise that has real impacts, that actually having people have less guns stolen, less crime, less children getting shot. It's a real world impact. So I think we need leaders that are willing to push back, but also ones, we talk about Eastman, that want to have the conversation to say, like, let's sit at the table and figure out how we could do this better.
Yeah.
And make it you versus me all the time.
100%. I love that. People are asking only one other question. People are asking, what is your stance on taking PAC money, including APAC money?
So I tell people all the time, people are like, well, you'll never have the money that Marsha Blackburn has. And they're right, because I won't take APAC money. I'm not taking NRA money. I'm not taking big pharma money. I'm not taking voucher schemer money. We're not taking corporate PAC money. My donors and my supporters are teachers and nurses and farmers and retirees. And that's who I'm beholden to. Moms like me that are just regular people. So no APAC money. No. And you can check my record. Our average $53. Yeah. And we're making every dollar count. I'm trying to put back every single dollar into actual voter contact. So it's these town halls. We have an ad that'll be going up soon on social media. Like we're doing handwritten postcards, right? We're going to mail 100,000 handwritten postcards into rural Tennessee. It's hard to knock doors there, and not everybody will answer their phone. But a handwritten postcard's almost as good as a door knock. I've seen it in every race that I've ever run. We always see an increase. 100,000 postcards cost money. But do you know how much a postcard stamp cost? 61 cents.
Wow.
Right. But I'm going to be smart about your money and not just have like some basic political mailer that everybody will have. I'm going to use that mailer money for something like a handwritten postcard to get real return on investment.
100%. Yeah. Somewhat everybody's like, can she come running here? And no. Tennessee needs her. No, I love you guys, but absolutely not.
But you can support support us from far away. You can go to Green for Gaza. You can volunteer. There's lots of ways to volunteer
Yep.
virtually. Or you can always donate. We do
Yep.
have a Facebook that is our green machine. That's what, when I got on TikTok, that's what they started calling themselves, the green machine.
I love
And
that.
I know. And so we have a volunteer group that's got over 1,000 volunteers, and we put actions in there every week to help, us spread our message. That's what I tell people. I can't be everywhere, but I need megaphones like you, like Dani, and like everybody in the comments to help
So
spread.
these folks here are, so I love my people. And then I have one other question. I got you, Cheryl. I'm going to ask your question. So when I talk about my community, like you have the green machiners, my community started calling themselves the Danikins because we can, right? So they're the Danikins.
I love it.
Yeah. And so like so I did the data for the last election in 2024. Every state that margin was 10% or less. I took all of those states, and then I manually went and looked and pulled all of their federal election data from the last 5 elections. And then I looked at every county that had the majority of those elections with margins of 10% or less, right? And then I looked up what's the population, what's the number of registered voters, and then what was the registered voter turnout. And so then I can tell you how many people in just 16 counties or 10 counties or 5 counties would be able to flip these particular counties, and then which seats would also be impacted as a result, right? And so did that for all of them. And then I still have 7 other states to do. I just finished Texas. But then to complement that, so we are literally organized. We call it, so I took a book out of the Heritage Foundation, and they always write all these damn projects. So I wrote Project for the People. And so it's literally, we're literally across the country. I think my folks cover 40 states, if not more at this point.
Wow.
So we're going to have days of action starting in April. And so in multiple states on the same day with the same information, people will be going out into their communities, setting up a farmer's market, and handing out information to people. And it's not partisan. It's literally information that they need to know. So for example, the Center for American Progress did the projections for Medicaid and SNAP losses. So I literally have put those into really great graphics for 30 out of the 50 states so far. In Pennsylvania, I've done it by all other counties, but it's all in a Google Drive. So everybody that signs up to be a part of the community will have access to all of those documents, myth versus facts when it comes to immigration. Because again, it's about arming people with accurate information. So I love the fact that you're doing hand-done postcards. Those types of things do matter. I believe in community conversations.
Yeah, we are, we work on that very hard. We also put together all of our own 1-pagers for things like farmers. Somebody just asked for like our farmer stuff. They're going to big farmers thing. We're like, here's a 1-pager. Y'all want to pass it out? But we are also hosting monthly volunteer calls. So people might say like, I want to be involved, but I don't know how, or I don't know what the options are. And then we bring in experts from across the state, like, well, here's how you plan an event. Here's how you plan a protest. Here's how you host a postcard writing party. Here's some fun for phone banking, like maybe it's pajama phone banking, maybe it's tipsy phone banking to get people to come out. All of those things, we are hosting monthly calls at how to reach rural voters, how to reach African-American voters. We're trying to train people. So not just for our election that pass now and other elections, because like you said, it affects ballot. So, if you're doing a phone banking for some other Democrat, that's going to help us too. Or if you're doing our phone down the ballot. So we're trying really hard to train the people in the state to be able to take action because, thoughts and prayers or policy and action.
Yeah, same here. So like I do free workshops every month and how to have effective conversations with people that have opposing views and how to use FOIA requests, the necessary trouble.
That's good.
Right. So it's
but the necessary conversations that's really where people need to be living right now, I think.
Yeah.
Uncomfortable, but it is necessary. We're at a point now.
Sweet spot. Like my grandbabies and I, we were talking this morning, as a matter of fact, there's this, We Can Be Heroes is this show on Netflix. Maybe your kids know it. The girls had put it on this morning when I was getting them ready for school. And I said, And Mila was like, yeah, Tutu, they all have superpowers. I said, do you know that we all have superpowers? I said,
All of us.
you have a superpower just like I do. And she said, really? I said, yeah. I said, do you want to know what Tutu's superpower is? And she said, what? I said, it's my words. I said, do you know that Tutu can use her words, and the way that Tutu talks, Tutu is able to help people organize and get connected and collaborate and feel hopeful. And like, that's a superpower. And she was like,
That's so great.
and I was like, so you got to think about what is your superpower? But
Love that.
it's about knowing. So the last question that somebody, because I want to be respectful, I know we're a little over, somebody said to ask you about LGBTQIA communities, and especially the attack on the trans community from this administration, and where you sit on that, especially, you know, as a governor of a state.
Well, first off, that community is my community, and that's my family. And actually, I was talking to another mom that is the mom of queer kids last week, and we were discussing how Pride Parade is our favorite. So I generally march with Moms Fan Action during Pride Parades, and I carry a sign that says "Free Mom Hug," and it's really poignant to me because I often have people come and cry in my arms. I'm there with gun violence, and there are people who are saying my mom won't talk to me anymore. You know, and so to hug somebody and say, I'm a mom and you're perfect and I love you the way you are. I have been a very vocal supporter of the LGBTQ community. And I actually honored the Friends of Georgia who fought for right to have drag shows.
You're cutting out again. Hold on. I heard you say you've been a very strong supporter of the LGBTQ community in Memphis.
And so I supported Friends of Georgia's, who helped us be able to have drag shows still in the country, and especially in Tennessee. And I've helped with housing specifically around our trans community. There's a great woman that runs an organization called House, and she builds tiny homes for trans women, most of whom have been out by their families and then trafficked. And this helps them get back on their feet. And horrible. The last one she built was like pink and white. I want to move into. And yeah, so that community is my community. In fact, we had somebody who was a supporter who wrote a nice check, and she came to our team. You have stuff about LGBTQ on your website 4 times, and you need to take it off because you'll lose votes. And I said, well, I didn't want those votes then.
Right. Those aren't my people.
Those aren't my people. And I'll tell you, as a governor, here's what my plan is. And Andy Beshear has been very vocal about this too, which is this. When I can work with the supermajority, I want to work with jobs, roads, whatever. Let's work together. But if they pass some anti-immigrant, anti-queer, anti-woman, terrible, awful, discriminatory legislation, I'm going to veto it. And will they override my veto? Maybe, but they're going to be held accountable. I'm going to make it harder for them. And in the meantime, hopefully those marginalized communities see that they have a leader who sees and is fighting for them. Not just somebody there, but somebody who is fighting.
Yeah, 100%. And then that will get them out. I keep telling people, Tennessee is not a red state. It's a non-voting state. And the more people that turn out, the more people will see that Tennessee is actually more blue than they would believe, and it's closer to purple than they think. So I think that is absolutely everything. We touched on absolutely everything. Here's what's funny. So I knew of you, like I've seen your pages and I took your images from one of your posts, because here's what I love, guys. Like, she has my day one plan for women in Tennessee. And then she tells you what she wants to do, but how she's going to do it. And y'all know that's a stickler of mine. I keep telling people I'm tired of hearing politicians say what they're going to do. Tell me how you're going to do it. So when I saw this and it said, I'm going to do this by doing ABCDXYZ, I was like, hell yeah. But now seeing you talk like in real person, like we're still virtual, but seeing you, so like we all know, everybody's in the comments, we know you're our people. And so we love that. So anytime that you want to come back, whether we want to do this every 6 weeks or every whatever, and bring you back and talk to more people, we will absolutely do that. I will take this and I'm going to make it available to people. I'll also put it up on the podcast as well. Everybody's like, she is impressive for sure. Somebody else said, yeah, she's got my vote on that alone. Somebody else was like, love you. Somebody said, does she have a twin that can be in Texas? All of those different things.
I have a twin. I'm gonna put her out on the road. I got too many places to be at once. I'm not sending my twin to Texas.
All right. So somebody said where to donate. So folks, you go to Green for Governor. And that is where you can go to absolutely donate to support Jerri. Do not forget that you can also support in other ways, right? So you can absolutely donate. You can phone bank for her. She might have a postcard opportunity. If you're in Tennessee, you can knock doors for her. There's all different ways for you to be able to volunteer. And if you are someone who has the ability to do so, sometimes, you can come into that place, even if you don't live there. And for the last, couple of weeks prior to the election, you can come in and knock doors and be there and be boots on the ground for the campaign. So on the website, you can sign up to volunteer. On the website, you can also sign up you can donate. You can do all of those things. Green for Governor, and her socials are Jerri for TN. So that's the abbreviation for Tennessee. So she's on Insta, she's on TikTok, she's on Facebook. And so it's just Jerri, Jerri, the number 4, and then TN. Got it, guys? Did I miss anything?
Yes. No, I'm in all the places, very sadly, because I'm 48 and I hate it. But I'm on all the things. So please come share, come amplify, come tell your friends. And every dollar matters, even if it's one. I have a single mom who donates $1 to me every month, and that's really precious. But all of it, more people, and it helps us change this state for the better. And I think when we start doing things, Texas, you're doing some great things out there. But if we can flip Tennessee, and I believe we can, we have the numbers, the math, and the path are there, we can change the state of the country, because it will be such a wake-up call for them to see that, and especially if we beat someone like Marsha Blackburn, who, as Taylor Swift says, is just Trump in a wig.
True story.
Yeah, and we can put someone like me in a place, I come from local government. I come from being a public defender. That means I'm used to getting next to, real proximate to people. I worship at the Church of Brian Stevenson that are in a lot of, and that's where you find possibility, and that's where you promise for a better future. But you have to get next to people to be able to solve their problems. And that's just how I work. And I am going to work harder than anybody because I'm fighting for my kids. I'm fighting for my kids and your kids and their future. And nobody fights hard for mama. That's why the slogan's One Tough Mother.
Yeah. Yeah. But also grandmothers, grandmothers, the tutus of the world. Yeah. The way to get us is that, they call me Tutu. So that's my grandmother name. So yeah, everybody's saying they love you.
Love you too. Love you too.
Yeah, somebody said, yes, Kat, to answer your question, you are close enough where you are that as it gets closer to the election, if you wanted to go, that you could be able to make that happen. And we have several Danikins that are right there around the Northeast Tennessee area. So I'm sure we could figure out accommodations. And yeah, you're close enough to be able to go knock doors for Jerri. Absolutely. She said, okay, cool.
We'd love that. I love it. I do this when I go around and do stumps, and I have people, I'll say, raise your hand if you're worried about transgender athletes, and nobody raises their hands. And I'll be like, raise your hand if you're worried about the price of groceries, the price of medicine. And, everybody's hands grow up because people are more concerned about prices than pronouns. And then I'll say, raise your hand if you're worried about the fall of democracy. And then 2 hands go up. And then I'll go, okay, raise your hand if you're willing to write a postcard. Hands go up. Raise your hand if you're willing to make phone calls. The hands start getting a little, and I'm like, great. Knock doors. And then I'll look at everybody who was like 2 hands up, and I'm like, we said the fall of democracy. You had 2 hands up. You're not willing to knock on the door. You got to be willing to knock on the door.
So that's why I'm doing the workshop, to help people become comfortable and to learn how to knock doors and to have conversations.
They should know that we're not going to put them on like super MAGA doors. We're putting them on doors to turn out Democrats. So it's not as scary as you think.
It's not scary.
Scary as you think. We promise.
No,
and the fall is scary.
Yeah, the fall of democracy is terrifying, which is why we have to do so. I know that we're going to get this election right. And I know that when we do, we will have checks and balances in Congress, and then we can start with some government accountability, right? Hold on, Michelle. I'll tell you when the next workshop is. I got you. We'll do that when we get done. Okay. Anything else you want to leave the people with? Because this was fantastic.
This was fantastic. I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everybody who's listening. I have no idea, but I appreciate you and all the kind things that Dani's been telling me. And just thank you for being a megaphone for me. I've likened this race often to David versus Goliath. And I tell people all the time that my slingshots are people like you, Dani, that help me get across the finish line. And all these people that are listening today, y'all are my slingshot. And together we can do this. So thank you.
Let me know if I can do anything else. And I will see you soon. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, folks. So that was Jerri Green, the candidate for governor in Tennessee. That was flippin' fantastic. I love her even more now. I love her even more now. 100%. Right. What a breath of fresh air. That was absolutely incredible. She's a quality candidate. Yeah, 100%. And so, yeah, she's good. And so I'm not kidding when I said I almost cried. The idea of the state of Tennessee ending the MOU with Ballard, the idea of having a Department of Health and an Attorney General's office that will actually have them do the things that they should do, and all of those things just makes me feel very, very emotional because I know what has happened to the people in Northeast Tennessee. So, and just so that you guys know, oh yeah, I know that they have $305 million. They had $719 million in 2019 when Bill Green got caught doing it. But I'm going to tell you how in tune and in touch her people are. When they were coming to Northeast Tennessee for the first time, and people were saying to her, if you're going to come to Northeast Tennessee, people are going to want to know your stance on healthcare. And the best person to ask about that is Dani Cook. And so literally someone reached out to me and said, hey, can I talk to you about, well, it was somebody that was helping them, not part of her campaign, but somebody that was helping them, and said, what can you do? And so I wrote up a few things just to kind of give them a foundation on to build on. So I love that, because here's the thing. You can't expect a candidate to know everything about every area of a state or of a community. And having people that are wise enough to go ask people that have had the boots on the ground to get that information for you is fantastic. That's how you stay in touch with people. That's how you stay in tune with people. And that is how you get the job done, right? What is this thing doing? Okay, give me 1 second. Let me put this back up now that is over. And let me see if I've got Sunny in the chat. Because we are going to switch gears if I do have Sunny. No, she does know her ish. And that's the other thing that makes me very, very, very excited, is that she does 100% know her shit. And I love the fact that she has set out. Yeah, Laura, absolutely. Yeah, I don't see her either, Cam. And something may have happened, so I'm not going to sweat it. If Sunny can't be here today, then I can do her tomorrow. It's not a big deal. You know what I mean? So it's okay. She's got a lot going on. You know what I mean? Yeah, Jen, send him my way, and I am more than happy to do an interview with him. 100%. Yeah, she is. She's very authentic, and I love that about her. And just like I said, all of the things that she was speaking to, it tells you that she's thought about the issues. I love the fact that she has come up with solutions in Memphis, and that they have been able to work with Elon to get the things, Salam Abu Sarraj, to get the things that Memphis needs to offset any dangers or any issues with his data center, right? being able to say, she said, listen, we needed this and we knew we needed this water center, but it was going to be $80 million and it was going to take us 3 years to do. So she said, so Elon paid for it and it's going to be done in 6 months and he's going to turn over the keys and it's going to belong to the city of Memphis. I love that. I love knowing that, you know, as much as it is, hey, you know, we want you to be accountable. It's also, okay, you're here and we need to make this work. Right. And so not necessarily fighting with people and not being enemies with people, because you do want people that have good paying jobs, but you also want those people to follow the rules, which he did because nobody ever knew what they were going to be, but then have those people actually work on behalf of the community at the same time. And so that's a win all the way around. Right. And she said, no, she said, hell no to PAC money, corporate PAC money. And she said, hell no to APAC money. So we love that all the way around. Right. So that's a win for me. And now I can safely, confidently tell my mother, my brother, my sister-in-law, and my friends that still live in Tennessee, that's the vote. I mean, they would never vote for Marsha Blackburn anyway. They would never vote for Marsha anyway, but they can actually vote happy about who they're voting for. And I'm just going to tell you right now, you all don't understand. Southwest Virginia and Northeast Tennessee is a small little community. Like they call it State of Franklin. It's like this little forgotten area. Nobody remembers Virginia further down than Roanoke, and nobody remembers Northeast Tennessee east of Knoxville. And so it's this little area that is all kind of like by itself. And so can you imagine having Abigail Spanberger in Virginia and then having Jerri Green in Tennessee, and what those two women governors could accomplish? It would be incredible. Alaikum salam, Raja. It would just be fantastic. And so that prospect makes me excited, and it makes me excited for the people in the region. So yeah, I'm just saying, when I said I got a little teary-eyed, yeah, no, for real, because holy shit. I think that that's the thing that people, when she said her superpower is making people cry when she talks to them, I don't think that. So the reason that people are crying is because they are feeling hope. They are feeling like, oh my gosh, I might be able to breathe. Oh my gosh, I might have someone that is actually here and ready to do the things that are in the best interest for me and for my kids. And you all know, as soon as I heard that when she said my son is level 3 autistic, right? So like, I know that world. I know the IEP world. I know that Bella's level 2 and all of the different things. And so like, I get it. And I love the fact that she gets it. Yeah, right, Raylene, 100%. It is hope and relief mixed. That's a great way to describe it, Kat. To me, I think it's absolutely phenomenal to have someone who is a public defender, someone who chose to use that law degree, someone that went to Georgetown. Like she really could have done corporate law if she wanted to, right? But just imagine somebody who chose to come back to Memphis, someone who chose to come back and be a public defender and work with juveniles and all of those different things. I'm just saying, folks, for me, that says a lot about who she is, because I believe that how people choose to use their law degree, how people choose to use their doctor, their medical license, how people choose to use when they are in positions of power, what they do with it is really important to me. And I think that is significant. You know what I mean? I really do. So it doesn't appear that that Sunny's going to be here, and that's perfectly okay. Salam Soha. So what we're going to do is, so one of the things that I want to do right now, you guys, is build the room back up. So 100% Jeff Curtis. So Michelle, I have to pick the workshop date because I also am scheduling the first meeting for the people, the People project. And so I need to look at my calendar and figure that out. Right. She chose service to other rather than her pocketbook. Salam Hussein. Hi, how are you? Yeah. So I'm sure she's dealing with whatever. So what I really want to do right now, because in 30 minutes, we are going to have some Pally panel time. So what I really want to do right now is to continue to talk about some really important issues. Yes, Penny, I can do that. Thank you for reminding me. But I want to talk about some issues. I want to check to see what has happened in the time that we had Jerri on, right? So that we can kind of see what else is happening in the world and in the country while we were on that amazing interview with her. And let me do this. Sorry, guys. I don't know what I just did. Okay. All right. So there we go. All right. So because we are going to do some Pally panel time at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we might do it a little bit earlier than that. I want to build the room back up, build the viewership back up. And so if you guys can do me a favor and tap away, make sure that you are commenting, make sure that you are sharing. All of those things will be incredibly helpful in making that happen. And remember to recharge so that you have your magic beans to be able to give to our friends that live between the river and the sea. Okay. All right. So let me take a quick look at things over here on this side of the world. By the way, if you missed my appearance on Sirius XM on Friday, I should get the recording from that today. And so as soon as I get the recording from that, I will have it and I will be able to post it for you all so that everyone can listen to that as well. Because there's a lot to talk about. And I talked a lot about Project for the People during that interview. So it would be great for you all to be able to do that as well. Let me take a peek really quickly at some of the places where I go to see what the current headlines are. Because I don't go just every damn where. Because I don't trust every damn body, right? Oh, well, this is interesting. This is from The Guardian, and this is an exclusive from The Guardian. It's a hot mess out there. No shit. No shit. Wow. Okay, so I'm going to share this with you guys and share this article with you because this is a big deal. So the UK, Okay, so the UK security advisor attended a US-Iran talks, and he says that a deal is within reach. Isn't that interesting? So listen, Jonathan Powell thought Tehran's surprising offer on its nuclear program could prevent rush to war, sources say. So Britain's national security advisor, Jonathan Powell, had attended the final talks between the US and Iran, and he judged that the offer made by Tehran on its nuclear program was significant enough to prevent a rush to war, The Guardian can reveal. Powell thought progress had been made in Geneva in late February and that the deal proposed by Iran was, quote unquote, surprising, according to sources. 2 days after the talks ended and after a date had been agreed to for a further round of talks in Vienna, the US and Israel launched the attack on Iran. So listen to what they're saying. So this is an exclusive. This is a reveal. And so what does that mean? This means that The Guardian has had this information, but they had not been given the okay to publish it until now because it is actually titled Reveal. I will just share with you all that The Guardian is one of the places that I absolutely go to for news and information. They do very balanced reporting, especially when it comes to things like Gaza or Iran and all of that type of thing. So the oh, I love that, Cherry Blossom. I love that. I've been in Anchorage, by the way. Okay, so Jonathan Powell, who is the security advisor for the United Kingdom, he had attended those final talks between the U.S. and Iran. And so, yeah, so what kind of deal? So because they were having this talk about, so Hussein, this is before. So let me share with you what happened. So this is at the end of February, okay? And Tehran had come to the table and had made an offer that was, according to the UK, they felt that it was surprising. So apparently Tehran was saying, we are willing to give up any ideas or any desire to make nuclear weapons. And so Jonathan Powell thought that that was going to be enough for the U.S. to strike a deal with Iran, right? So if you remember, Iran and the US had a deal around nuclear weapons, and it was orchestrated by Barack Obama. And Donald Trump tore up that agreement between Iran and the United States of America. And so Trump was talking to them at the end of February, and they were discussing what does this new deal look like? And Tehran was saying, this is our offer. And the UK security advisor felt like that the offer was good enough. It was surprising. It was great, right? That it should have been enough for them to come to a peace deal, right? So what they did at the end of that round of conversations was they set another date to have another round of technical talks, like implementation talks and whatever, in Vienna. Now, here's what's so crazy is, so imagine you and I have a meeting, and you make me an offer, and I go, that's a pretty damn good offer. I think we're going to take that. So why don't we set some talks for like 2 weeks from now, right? And we'll talk again in Vienna, and just to work out the technicalities of your offer, right? Imagine that. And then 2 days after I tell you all we have to do is work out the technicalities, I go and me and my homeboy over here start bombing you. That is what happened. And so Jonathan Powell's presence at the talks and his close knowledge of how they were progressing was confirmed by 3 separate sources, The Guardian says. One source said he was in the building at Oman's ambassadorial residence in Colony, Geneva, acting as an advisor, reflecting widespread concern about the U.S. expertise on the talks represented by Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy on several issues. So listen, so here's what happened. The UK guy, damn if they don't even have a picture. They do. They have a picture. I don't believe that the U.S. wanted a deal either, but let me tell you the deal. So what they said is that the UK's security advisor attended the talks because they were concerned, and there was widespread concern about how much expertise Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff had to be in these negotiations. Yeah, so Jeff Curtis, my understanding is that the plan for the strikes started before the talks, 100%. So that's why he went. So Kushner and Witkoff had invited Rafael Grossi, who is the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, to the Geneva talks to provide technical expertise, though Kushner would later claim that he and Witkoff had, quote, a pretty deep understanding of the issues in this matter. So nuclear experts would later say that Witkoff's pronouncements on the Iran nuclear program were riddled with basic errors. Powell has long experience as a mediator, and one source said that Powell brought an expert from the UK Cabinet Office with him. So Iran just hit a US-owned oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. Hold on. Let me see if that was an old notification or a new one. 1 second. Oh. Yep. So that did happen today. So I can see stories from the New York Times. I can see stories from CNBC. I can see stories from CBS News. And I can see pictures of the oil tanker being hit. Danny speed typing. Y'all always make fun of my typing. So yeah, that appears to be what happens. So CBS News says Iran strikes U.S.-owned oil tanker in Strait of Hormuz. Since the start of the U.S. and Israel's war with Iran just over 2 weeks ago, 500 tankers have been stuck. I think they mean struck by Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. So yeah, and there's a picture of it. So again, they're not playing about the strait, and as long as you're not in the midst of it, they also, holy geez, hold on. There's another one. So Iran targets UAE energy infrastructure. Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm not allowing the sale of my personal info. Kiss my ass. So Iran has launched a fresh wave of attacks on the United Arab Emirates energy and transport infrastructure, amplifying fears of a global energy crisis. Drone attacks were reported to have caused fires at the UAE's Shah gas field and Fujairah oil industry zone, while another tanker was struck near the Strait of Hormuz. Oil prices were trading higher on the news. Yeah, but there's talk about how much damage was or wasn't done with that one, Auntie Tinker. So, wow. So the UAE also reopened its airspace on Tuesday after a brief shutdown following a fire caused by an Iranian drone attack hitting a fuel tank. Operations at the UAE's massive Shah gas field remained suspended on Tuesday following a drone attack, which caused a fire at the facility, according to Abu Dhabi authorities. No injuries were reported from the incident. Separately from that, a drone attack sparked a fire at the Fujairah oil industry zone, which is a critically important hub for the UAE's crude exports and bunkering operations. No casualties were reported. And I want to talk to you all about something else. So how many of you all, there was an interview on MS Now from last week where one of them said the same thing. Yeah, that Iran had agreed to stockpile zero material to make a boom boom. Exactly. So let me talk to you all a little bit about this autonomous weaponry that is being used. So how many of you guys have heard about this autonomous weaponry with a large vocabulary platform? Do you know what I'm talking about? Nene said she is. Mel Gray said Terminator shit. So ML Care said no, not really. No, yes, no. Okay. So a mix. Yeah, it is crazy. So it would be like using AI to launch strikes. And what it would be is it would be programmed for just certain terminology, certain vocabulary to be utilized. And then they would be able to do these strikes, which, by the way, is a violation of international law. So what is supposed to happen with international law, regardless, there is supposed to be a human being that actually does the final check of the targeting before anyone fires off something, right? So we already talked about this the other day, that the United States of America, under this current administration, had gotten rid of the majority of the department that was designed to protect civilian and prevent civilian casualties, right? And so how many of you all, I know that if you're a regular with me, you were probably in here and you heard me talk about this. But how many of you all are not familiar that we got rid of an entire, like 90% of the people that were working in a particular department that was created specifically to ensure that we did not unalive civilians? Namaste, Lynn. If you're not familiar with that, put a 1 in the chat, because I know that some people aren't familiar. If you're not familiar, put 1 in the chat. If you are familiar, I can skip it. I got some people to say that you're not. Okay. Okay. Giggle said 111111111. Okay. So it was the Pentagon Civilian Protection Center of Excellence. And it was around harm reduction efforts. And they were dismantled in early 2025 by the Trump administration. Instead, Pete Hegseth said that they were prioritizing lethality over accuracy and the prevention of civilian lives being caught up in it. So if you remember, we went over this, what is this, Tuesday? So last week. So the U.S. built a blueprint to avoid civilian war casualties, and then Trump officials scrapped it. Okay. So in the opening days of the war with Iran, missile strikes have already unalived civilians, right? Including what we know now to be 175 deaths, with over 160 of them, 50 of them being school children. So the Pentagon had been working on a plan to avoid civilian deaths. It was heading toward implementation until Trump officials waylaid it to last year. So with the plan to reduce civilian deaths sidelines, experts say the U.S. military plans face limited scrutiny before attacks are launched. That's a problem, right? So when you think about this, we had spent several years putting together a specific blueprint that would have prevented civilian casualties, or at least drastically reduced them. And that whole entire program was ready to be implemented, or almost ready to be implemented, when the Trump administration came into office. And what they did was they dismantled the program. They got rid of about 90% of the personnel and scrapped it because they wanted to focus on lethality. They wanted all of the funds and all of the interest to go into attacking and unaliving people. And I guess there was less need to make sure that the people that we were unaliving weren't civilians. Sounds a little bit like BB to me, but what do I know, right? So that's in fact what took place. And it is really crazy. So a person by the name of Bryant was a special operations targeting specialist, right? And he was wondering if this is fallout from scrapping the system. So he said that last year he was a senior advisor, just over a year ago, he was a senior advisor in a really ambitious new Defense Department program that was aimed at reducing civilian harm during operations. And he said that the military was getting serious about reforms. He worked out of a newly opened Civilian Protection Center of Excellence, where his supervisor was a veteran strike team manager, targeter, who had served as a UN war crimes investigator. Today, that momentum is gone. He was forced out of government in cuts last spring. The civilian protection mission was dissolved as Pete Hegseth made lethality the top priority. And now we've witnessed this tragedy, and he can't help but wonder if we would have seen that tragedy had that program not been dismantled, if he and the others were still working that, right? And so many of the defense analysts are saying what we have now is fewer checks and balances and zero accountability. So let me tell you what he said. He said, quote, "We're departing from the rules and norms that we've tried to establish as a global community since World War II. There's zero accountability," end quote. So citing open source intelligence and government officials, several news outlets have concluded that the strike was most likely carried out by the United States. Yeah, hence the resignation today, right? Hence the resignation today. So for those that you all who did not hear, Joe Kent, who was the director for, he was the top counterterrorism person that we had. He announced his resignation today. He said that he could not, in quote unquote, good conscience, support the Trump administration's war in Iran. He said that Iran was not an imminent threat to the United States of America, and that it was clear that the United States of America was only in this war because they were pressured by Israel and Israel's pro-Israel lobby here, the powerful lobby in the country, right? So thanks, Goody Grams. I appreciate that. And yes, and that's the thing, Mel Gray. So the point that I really want to drive home about Joe Kent is he's not a good guy. Like, Joe Kent is known for being around like right-wing extremists like the Proud Boys. He paid one of them for consultations, for being a consultant when he was running for Congress. He's part of this guy that does the National Christian Patriot something. I forget now. Let me see if I still have it up. Yeah, Patriot Prayer. So there's a Christian nationalist group called Patriot Prayer that Joey Gibson founded, and Joe Kent worked closely with Joey Gibson. So to have someone who is that right-wing Christian extremist say, I can't condone what the Trump administration is doing in Iran is astounding and should be quite telling to people, right? Because it's not like I wouldn't expect that dude to have much of like a moral compass. I would think that he's pretty much okay with a lot of different things, but no, he was not okay with what was happening. So he has gone. No, so Manny, I don't think that the e-files had something to do with the strikes. I think the strikes were planned regardless because Israel knows that its veil has dropped. People are understanding who Israel is, what Israel does, how Israel does it. And if they have any hope at all of creating the quote unquote greater Israel project, they're going to have to act now because they are most likely never going to get a blank checkbook from the United States after this. Like it's not going to happen. No, they're at school. And it's definitely not going to happen after the midterms when we have a Democratic majority in Congress. So this is Israel saying, hey, we've got to go while we can go, right? And so that's it. It is just simply a bonus that it distracts from the e-files. That's just a bonus. That's just like when everybody says cruelty is the point. No, it's not. The cruelty is the cherry on top. The point is to create the society that they desire to create. That's the point. The cruelty, byproduct, cherry on top, right? Distraction from the e-files, cherry on top, byproduct, right? And so I think it's really important for people to really know that and understand that and how those things are all connected together. Everything. So while of course the administration would love to thanks, Manny. Appreciate that. As much as the administration loves the diversion from the e-files, it's not the primary driver. Make no mistake, the primary driver of this strike on Iran is Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. You just need to know that and understand that. That is exactly who is behind these things. Okay. So, yeah, I think when everybody, and I know that this is really challenging for folks, right? But you have to get to the place where you are willing to call a thing a thing. And the question is, are you? Are you at a place where you can tell the truth and shame the devil about what is happening with this country, what we do, how we do it, how long we've been doing it, and who we've been doing it to? Right? We have been disrupting, dismantling, and oh, you're welcome, Soha. We've been doing this for decades. Why? Because we're greedy. We're greedy and we're bullies. We're greedy and we're bullies. Yes. And let me just say this, to hear Donald Trump say that we will gladly, or what did he say? What's the word that he used about taking Cuba? Let me tell y'all something. If you support the United States of America starving Cubans, blocking them off for fun. No, the for fun was bombing the island in Iran again, right? But it would be his honor to take Cuba. Let me be clear about something, y'all. That is a white supremacist colonizer mindset. I want to be very clear about that sentiment and what it is. So that is a white colonizer mindset, because these are not your countries to just take. They're not. Now, let me tell y'all something. As far as I know, Jeff, yes. So let me just point something out to you all. Do you notice how quiet Trump got about Greenland? You don't hear him talking about taking Greenland anymore, do you? No. Why? Because the EU said you better sit the fuck down somewhere. All of the Western countries spoke up and said, you need to sit down where Greenland is concerned. What you don't see them doing is the same thing when it comes to brown countries. This is exactly why what is happening in Palestine is still happening. Oh, I love that. No, so listen, you guys, I want you to remember. So think back to when we were reading the document from May 4th, 1948. So in this draft memo from the UN secretary to the State Department in the US, right? So listen, think back to this document, okay? So what did they say in the document? They said that Israel is going to continue to take Palestine by force, right? And they said, we may be in a really bad situation if the other Arab countries come to the aid of Palestinians. Because then when they all join together and start firing back at Israel, Israel's going to come running to the UN, and Israel's going to be asking for help, and they're going to pretend that they need to be protected from the attack, even though they started it, and it will actually be a counterattack. Remember that? So as soon as the Western countries saw that the Arab countries were not coming to the defense of Palestine, they allowed Israel to do whatever Israel wanted to Palestinians. As long as they can still keep their relationships, as long as they can negotiate another thing with Syria, and they can negotiate something with other Gulf countries, right? And that's what they did. They organized. Let me see if I can pull up this document, you guys, because this part's really important. This part is really important, folks. It's sad that I can just pull this document up. But let me tell you what he says. He says the situation may be made more difficult and less clear if, as is probable, Arab armies from outside Palestine cross the frontier to aid their disorganized and demoralized brethren who will be the objects of Jewish attack. In the event of such Arab outside aid, the Jews will come running to the Security Council with the claim that their state is the object of armed aggression and will use every means to obscure the fact that it is their own armed aggression against the Arabs inside Palestine, which is the cause of the Arab counterattack. And then he said this, listen, given this most intolerable situation, the wisest course of action might be for the United States and Great Britain, with the assistance of France, to undertake immediate diplomatic action seeking to work out a modus vivendi between Abdullah of Transjordan and the Jewish agency. This modus vivendi would call for, in effect, a de facto partition of Palestine along the lines traced by Sir Arthur Creek Jones in his remark to Ambassador Parody on May 12th, as indicated on page 3 of the USUN's telegram, which has been drawn to your attention. In effect, Abdullah would cut across Palestine from Transjordan to the sea at Jaffa, would give Abu Saud a port at Aqaba, and it would appease the Syrians by some territorial adjustment in the northern part, leaving the Jews a coastal state running from Tel Aviv to Haifa. If some modus vivendi along these lines could be worked out peaceably, the UN could give its blessing to the deal. So do you understand? They are not concerned about the lives of Palestinians. They are not concerned about the lives of Gaza. They are only concerned with them being able to work out a deal, make sure that somebody else has a port, and that other people are appeased. And if we can appease the other Arab nations, then they will not come to the aid of Palestine. Did you all catch that? It was maybe we should make it so those Arab countries won't come to the aid of Palestine. That's what I get from that section. Is that what you get from that section? Because that is definitely what I get from that section. Is who gives a fuck about Palestinian lives? If we can cut a deal with these other Arab countries and we can cut out this part of a coastal state for whatever and appease Syria and whatever, then Israel can do whatever they want to do. And it won't matter because nobody will be coming to help Palestine. That's what I take from that. And that fucking sucks. Because that just shows you how dirty the entire world is. And this, my friends, is why we must have a matriarchy in the majority of the countries in the land. We must have a matriarchy because women lead better. We lead and we govern like mothers. And when we do that, we take care of people better than men. All men know how to do is conquer and make money. Women know how to care for. Women know how to lead in such a way that everyone gets taken care of. And not only does that make common sense, the studies back it up. The studies back it up. So I think it's just really important for people to acknowledge, right, we nurture. Not every woman, but the vast majority of them do. One of our Danikins had to go to the ER, definitely sending prayers. Do I think a matriarchy will happen? I do, Julie. I think it's on the way. I think it's why we are seeing this is why we are seeing the issues that we are seeing around the world. Well, young blood, feel free to come up here and talk about it. I know you know how to get on a panel. I believe I met you the other day. So feel free to come up and talk about it if you would like. Didn't I meet you the other day on T-Dubs Live? Well, you must be interested in communicating with me. You're in my live and you're communicating with me. Yeah. So if you don't want to communicate with me, why are you in my live? Like you're literally communicating with me right now. No, it was both, Sandy. We had Young Blood and we had Unapologetically. They were both on there. Right along with Smokey. Unapologetically is who disagreed with me about Palestinians. Yeah. So I'm confused, young blood. You don't want to communicate with me, but yet you are here. Right, which 100%. Right. The Dani derangement syndrome is just, it is outrageous. Oh, have you left, young blood, or are you still here? Right. He had a whole lot to say before. Right. Yeah, he left. That's what I thought. Looking silly. Let me offer this to you, okay? if you dear men, dear baby carrot energy, misogynistic, sexist men who apparently believe yourselves to be superior to women, right? I would not recommend you coming into my live. For some reason, I'm frozen on TikTok. I wouldn't recommend you coming into my live and talking shit in my comments if you're not ready to come have a respectful adult conversation. I just wouldn't recommend it, because I'm going to call you out. I'm going to hold you accountable. And if you're not big boy enough to back your shit up, stay home. My mama used to say it like this: if you can't run with the big dogs, keep your ass on the porch. That's what I would recommend. So, right, Marilyn, dear gentle reader, I'm not fooling with y'all. I'm not fooling with y'all. If you don't like, so let me tell you something. Real men are not threatened by the idea of a patriarchy. They're not. Real men know that women in leadership is good for everyone. Their manhood isn't threatened. Their identity isn't threatened. They don't have an issue with it. So if you are a man that feels some kind of way when you hear the word matriarchy, when you hear me talk about women leadership, you might be sexist, and you potentially could be a little misogynistic, right? Because it doesn't bother real men. Real men know how to sit back and say, look at her go. That's mine right there. Look at her go. You see that? Yeah. Who leads elephants? Who leads elephants? Out of the whole community, who leads the elephants? Spoiler alert. It's the matriarch. It's the matriarch. Who hunts for the lions? Who hunts and feeds the lions? The lioness. I need y'all to have several seats, because real kings know how to sit back and watch her work. Ain't nobody fooling with y'all. Right. And the bees and everything else. Exactly. 100%. So if you're a man that is threatened by female leadership, you got work to do. You got work to do. Real talk. Yeah, you might have some mama issues. Yeah, so go fix those. Let therapy be your friend. Yeah, there's a better balance in those systems. There's a better balance in those systems. And listen, there are so many, a friend of mine, Trisha, she took a job as an expat over in the UAE. And once she was over there, she stayed for 9 years. She would not have come back to the States had her family not been doing well. And she talks about how respectful, how accommodating, how welcoming, how family oriented the people in the UAE are. I need for you all to understand, Western culture does not have the market cornered when it comes to family and culture and any of that. Let me be very clear. It is not Western culture and our family structure that does it best. Some of the most successful societies they have more of a tribal and village mindset, right? They have a tribal, a village mindset. They work together. They are together. They are led by their women, and everyone knows what they're willing to do. And so we are reaching this time where the time of men leading the largest countries and corporations in the world, that's changing. Your time is ending. That time is up. Every war we've ever been in has been because of you guys. And it's time to flip the page. It's time to turn the script. It's time to be able to lead from that place of compassion and authenticity and respect and vulnerability. That is strength, folks. And that's the place that we are getting to. And we have to vote like that. We have to organize like that. We have to have conversations like that. They do know it, which 100%, they do know it. That is why you see them working so hard to disenfranchise women more than ever. Go vote, Marlo. Go vote. We love to see it. But you understand that, right? All of this desire, I need you to really understand, while the United States of America is working so hard to go back to a time where women were in the kitchen pregnant and barefoot and daddy went home and brought home the bacon, right? When that's the era that they want to go back to, the rest of the world is moving forward. Yes, I know, not all men. I do know that. But the rest of the world is progressing. I believe it's like 27, 28 countries have already had women presidents. And we act like this is such a big deal to have occurred. We act like, oh, the US isn't ready for a woman president. That's because we are so fucking behind. We are behind from an infrastructure perspective, from an ideology perspective, from a spiritual perspective. Right? Hey, Tim Ratliff, good to see you. That's why, folks. This is why you have to make sure that they do not pass the SAVE Act. This is why you have to elect people like Jerri Green to be the next governor of Tennessee. This is why you have to start having conversations in your communities and building connections with the people that are around you and that are in your circles of influence. Because it is time to move forward. Nobody is dragging me back to the 1950s or the 1940s. It's not happening. And by the way, you can't undo who we are and what we know today. I need to be clear about this, guys. You will never undo all that we've learned and all that we've become. You can never go back to the past. There's no way to go backwards. You'll never be in that place again. You've already lived a day, a minute, a moment longer. And with every moment, with every hour, something changes. You get that? 100%. Hillary and Kamala would have made better presidents than Bill or Trump. 100%. But we have parties that aren't listening to the people. We have parties that are scared of progress because it doesn't suit their initiative, because it doesn't suit their agenda. And so we've got to take over the parties, period. Because the people make up the parties. Listen, I saw the damn DNC send another email to me yesterday talking about we're being outraged. You better get out my damn face with that. Get out of my face with we're being outraged. We don't care. We don't care. Dear Congress member, if you are being outraged, write yourself a fucking check. Because you make more than the majority of Americans and you have the best healthcare in the country. So, dear members of Congress, if you are being outraged, write yourself a fucking check. Trade in some of them stocks. That's what you can do. Trade in some of your stocks. Oh, wait, the market's done dipped. You can't. See, you should have traded in them stocks when the Dow was 550,000. You should have traded in them stocks when the Dow was 50,000. Because it ain't 50,000 now. Y'all know that today diesel went over $5 a gallon, right? Today diesel went above $5 a gallon. Yeah. I'm just telling you. I do not care. I do not care how much money the DNC does or doesn't raise. I don't care. I care about people and community and conversations and doing what is necessary for us to move forward. Right, Bronze. Oh, it will absolutely increase grocery prices. It's going to increase prices all the way across the board, folks. The oil it does more than just petroleum. It does more than just gas. I know that that's like the universal thing that everyone thinks of, but it is used for so much more than that. So we have to be about the business of being serious and doing the work. Right, Mel Gray, plastics. I know, within one heart, but it'll be appealed. Yep, aluminum as well. Yeah, so like this is kind of where we are. Yep, our clothing too, Jeff. You better believe it. It's all the way around, folks. It's all the way around. And I played that video for you earlier to understand that we were already in a stagflation, which is like a stagnant inflation. We were there before this. We were there before this. And the thing about it is, folks, is other countries have been working for this contingency. They have been building contingency plans since the first Trump administration. There was a guy, let me see. Can I tell you all what the world thinks of us? I want to play a clip for you guys. Give me a second, because it's embarrassing as fuck. But this is how the world talks about us. Give me a second. Let me turn it up. So this is from a BBC radio program. Okay. Oh, just listen how they talk about us. Just listen. Okay, so let me turn the volume up. Let me start the video over and push play. You ready? Listen. Wait. Okay, that's up. That's up. Why can't I hear? Okay, damn it. You better come on through.
A moment to appreciate Donald's trumpeting of some of the most, even by his standards, incoherent statements ever to grace a presidential podium.
We've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough.
I suppose if we want a truly accurate answer as to who's won, one should review the statistics, right, Mr. President?
Statistics coming out.
Okay, never mind. But then, pressed on what's currently happening with casualties on the ground, things got really confusing.
All of the people that died are right now walking around with no legs.
The people that died are walking around with no legs.
No legs, no arms.
Right. I am fully prepared to accept that the dead have come back to life, but how are they walking around with no legs? It's like we're dealing with a man to whom both logic and language are a stranger, a fact which I would say was undisputed. Wouldn't you, Donald?
Undisputed. It's just...
Undisputed.
It's just...
One more try.
Undisputed.
Okay, never mind. Now, first of all, let us all take a moment to appreciate Donald's
I
trumpeting
need
of
for
some
you
of the
all,
most...
I really want you all to understand that this is the way the world views the President of the United States. And y'all, there is something, I will not say what it is because I don't know. But something has to be wrong. How many of you all remember when Madeleine Dean confronted Mike Johnson back in the fall of last year over Donald Trump, saying that he was unhinged and that he was unwell? How many of you all remember that? Did everybody see that clip? No, some of you all didn't. A lot of people said no. Okay. Let me see if I can find it for you really quickly. Madeleine Dean confronts Mike Johnson. Okay, so I'm hoping that, hold on. I want the other one where I can hear it. I don't like this one. I don't like this video. I need another one where we can hear it. Ah, let me see if I can hear it better over here on this one. Yes, this one. Okay, so listen. I had to get one where I could hear it. But here we go. So.
Is unhinged. He is unwell. What are you doing?
On your side are too. I don't control.
Oh my God, please. That performance in front of the generals,
I didn't see it.
is so dangerous. You know I serve on Foreign Affairs and Appropriations. This is a collision of those two things. Our allies are looking elsewhere. Our enemies are laughing.
I just left
you
the
have a
speakers
president
summit.
who is unwell.
I just left the G7 Speakers Summit. Our allies, my colleagues, who are the speakers of the other parliaments around the world, are so grateful that America is showing strength again because it's good for everybody around the world.
I have traveled
Do you think they're lying to me?
Indo-Pacific.
Well, the Indo-Pacific may be different.
The president is unhinged.
So literally, she said he is unhinged. He is unwell. Our allies are looking elsewhere. And Mike Johnson stood in her face and said, oh, well, I just left the G7 summit. This was in October of 2025. And he said, oh, I just left the G7 summit. And my colleagues, the leaders from the other countries around the world, they were telling me they're so glad that America is showing strength again. You are so full of shit, Mike Johnson. To be so super Christian, you lie your ass off, sinning every day, all the way around. Like what? Did y'all forget thou shalt not lie? It's one of them 10 commandments you keep trying to put in everybody's school. You do get that, right? Y'all listen, they're not loyal to Trump. They are loyal to the agenda. Please hear me when I say this. They are not loyal to Donald Trump. They are loyal to the agenda. They are loyal to the Christian nationalism. The only reason that the only way that Trump even plays into it is because they get to stay in the positions where they are. But the only reason they love the position that they are in is because of the agenda. Hey, baby. I didn't realize it was time for you to come home. Jeez. Don't lock it. Your mama's going to bring Mila, remember? Ooh, girl, it feels cold outside. I see you got some green beads on today. Yeah. How was your day, Suge? It was good? Yeah? Okay. Put your shoes in the cabinet. Yeah, it is very mind-blowing. 100%. Are you stuck in your coat?
No. No.
Yeah, she's got green beads on. You know, I saw somebody, yeah, it's Bella Boo. Dom is better. He's still snuffly and whatever, but he's better. Hey, sissy, I need you to do me a big favor. I need you to get me your medicine and one of the little medicine cups. I know, don't look at me crazy. Don't look at me crazy, but because you have to take it. That's the steroid for your lungs. Reach in the drawer where the silverware is, where the forks and spoons is. Yep, and get one of the little medicine things out. Yeah. Is it one of the big ones or one of the small ones? I need a big one. Yeah. No, Laura. I would imagine she probably will tomorrow. Yeah. Do you have a big one to go inside it? No. So give me a fatter one than this. Yeah. Yeah. So it's not just power that is their motivation, you guys. I really want you to understand that they do have a particular society that they desire to create and that they want it to be a certain way. Where does Tutu come from? It was when we were looking at grandmother names, we couldn't find anything that we felt like really suited me. And I didn't like Gigi, Mimi, any of that crap. There you go, baby. I didn't like any of those things. And so we were watching some show, and these kids ran up to their grandmother and they said, they were like, Tutu. And as soon as we saw it, we were like, oh, that's perfect. And so then fast forward like a year or two later, my elementary school teacher messaged me and she said, where did you get the name Tutu? So I told her the story. She said, Tutu is actually the informal name for grandmother in Hawaii, which I did not know, but that's where it came from. Yeah, so it actually means grandmother. Girl, you ended up granny. I wasn't going to be nobody's damn granny. Yeah, so that's how we got it. So yeah, Bella did great. She just took her medicine for me. Well, she's taking it now. And you got struck with Mimi. Yeah. You're Nene. Girl, I know too many Nenes. So you can't wait to be a grandma. Yeah, it's the best. I will tell you that. It's the best. Sissy, go ahead and check it down for me. Your mama's Nona. I love that. You're a Yaya. Yeah, we all got different names, don't we? Okay. All right. So let me tell you what I'm going to do at this moment. Since Sunny is not going to join us, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shut YouTube, Substack, and Facebook down now because on this side of the world, we are going to do our Pally panel time. So this is when I'm really going to ask people to buckle down, to keep commenting while I bring our folks who live between the river and the sea up, and we help them out. Okay. So that is the goal. Thanks, Witch. I will probably need you. So you guys, love you, mean it. Appreciate you very much. I will see you tomorrow, same place, same time. If you haven't gone to my link tree yet and then put your contact information in for Project for the People, please make sure that you do that today and head over to YouTube and watch the video as well. Okay. It is Project for the People. All right. See you later. Peace.